Sorry about the delay, folks. Just looking for my wet palette. Have no idea where that thing went. It's like it up and disappeared, walked away under its own power. Weird. Something weird is happening here. Where did my wet palette go? I needed to paint miniatures. Where did I put my wet palette? I need that fucking thing to do what I'ma do here. Put this over here. Where did the wet palette go? Like magic, it's vacated my space. Truly, it's a mystical thing. Truly a mystery. Where did my wet palette go? rather just my palette, generally. Any of my palettes would do fine here. This is why you should never organize your space. You misplace things that are important. That's the lesson I'm taking from this. Organizing is for chumps. Leave things lying around where you know where they're gonna be. You know what the funny thing is? I'm gonna look in front of me and it's gonna be right there. I know that's gonna be the case. What a strange twist. I can basically stream with nearly anything, but I can't do a painting stream without the little easel I use. that kind of is a hurdle. Where the hell did it go? I swear this isn't actually a bit. I genuinely am stunned as to where this thing could have gone. I don't move it. I actually leave it over here on my desk. Okay, hold on. Before we get started, hi everybody. I'm just getting things off the ground, as you can see from all the weird logos that I've got going on here. There we go. So, I'm still getting things off the ground. Look at this. Looking for the wet palette everywhere. Where's my wet palette? On my desk. Directly in front of me. Right next to my pictures. Some days, folks, some days, your patience truly does get tested. Especially with yourself. I am going senile at the age of 37. It is not a good thing. So give me a moment, folks, and we'll be live. Just gotta recover from that. And also get some of my promos out too. So I hope you guys are enjoying the food, or enjoying the music, enjoying the vibes. Hello, Voyagers. I am the last Omnitech, your favorite robot American, and I'm finally good to go live again. Thank you all for your patience, truly. What a weird morning this has been. Like, really genuinely weird. Not in the bad way, just in the Jesus fucking Christ kind of way. Only real way to describe it. Welcome to another session of Omni Hobbies, where you and I get together and we vibe and we work on some miniatures. I'm actually really excited to be doing this again. It's been a hot minute. It's almost been a week since I've done the miniature painting, and I am happy to be back to it. So, let me just get my paints out and we'll be ready to go. Also, I hope everyone out there is staying cool as they can anyway, given how crazy everything has been weather-wise for everyone. I know that right now, if you're in the UK and in Europe, there's a couple of places that are looking at 41 degrees, 42 degrees Celsius, which is well into the 100-degree range Fahrenheit. So I hope you guys are very chill. Just sounded the PC as you went live. Nice. Perfect timing, Mossy. Good to have you. And hey, everybody. So yes, if you're in the UK or in Europe or in France, especially if you're in France, but if you're anywhere in Europe right now, please drink a lot of water. Please have a cup of water next to you. If you have ice cubes, sprinkle some ice cubes in there. Trust me, the energy your body takes to warm that up is actually not substantial, and it will help cool you down. Take this from a Floridian used to dealing with that weather. So, as we get things set up, I have my camera all ready to go. I've got my food and breakfast, and apparently my alarms are all just exploding simultaneously. Go figure. Alright. Hello, Voyagers. We're back on the very close cam, the intimate cam. We're not going to be doing that today. This isn't an ASMR stream, fuck that. I'm not an ASMR streamer. There we go. So, but we are back on the boom cam, which we're going to be using to view our little page here, our little table. Also, again, make sure if you're waking up and you need to eat something. I have a ginger cookie here and some crackers with cheese, so kind of the world's crappiest charcuterie, but it will do. And I also have myself a snack over here as well, in terms of a little smoothie, because I also don't want to be overheating today. But that's not why we're here. You're not here to look at my receding hairline and my food. So, are we going gray in the beard? Oh, we've been going gray in the beard. I don't know if you're aware of this. I'm 37. I've actually, some of this is actually just like red, and some of it is gray, and some of it's blonde. My grandfather was Irish on one side, and the rest of my family's all Puerto Rican, many mothers back. So, paler skin, usually for a Hispanic person. My dad, I think, is Afro-Hispanic. We're not entirely sure. He passed away before I could really ask him a lot about his, genealogy. But Grandpa's Irish sneaks into my beard occasionally, so I am starting to get gray beards. That's the red hairs going first. So, anyhow, today we're here for the simple task of painting minis. I finally found my wet palette after like 15 minutes of futzing around. I was literally looking all throughout the house like, where is it? It was right here. Directly in front of me. Like, right there. Some days your eyes will just do incredible things for you. Your beard is also going gray. Yep. That's how it goes. And today we're going to be working on our DAO Union. For those of you who are super 40k pilled, that's effectively Tau Empire. One of the two sub-factions in OnePageRules. So, we've talked a little bit about these guys before, but they are actually two separate sub-factions in the game. Let me actually just go to the page and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. In terms of our lore, there are two separate factions here that comprise what we would consider the Tau Empire. I guess technically three. So, the three factions in the equivalent of the Tau Empire in OnePageRules, because OnePageRules was originally made as OnePage Warhammer, I think, or OnePage Warhammer 40k. It's no longer that for obvious reasons. It has its own lore, its own story, and that kind of thing. So a lot of the armies are going to be a pretty one-to-one analogy for like what you're playing currently. So if you're playing a Warhammer army, you can jump into One-Page Rules. It's miniature agnostic. You don't need to buy a new army, you don't need to buy a new anything, the dice are the same, everything is designed to be very straightforward. All you need is dice, a ruler, and some minis, preferably a couple of objective markers, and that's about it. The books are free, the rules are free, everything is free. And the only thing that isn't free is if you want to buy the bespoke miniatures, which are not free. And if you want to buy the really cool printed out books, which have lore and the rules. This came with the Broken Truth, which is actually the physical book that they released recently. I love it to death, actually. It's very good. For the record, I want to start this off by saying, I'm not sponsored. I am not sponsored by OnePage Rules. I'm not at all. I actually just really like what they've made. They've made something really freaking cool, and I think it deserves to be shouted about from the heavens. Pardon the weird adjustment. I just realized my camera was getting unscrewed. Just want to fix that. There we go. OnePage Rules, please sponsor Omni. I would love a sponsor from OnePage Rules. That would be amazing. But I'm not holding my breath. Not at all. Alright, so. Anyway, the three factions that comprise the equivalent of the Tau Empire in OnePage Rules are, as I pop over to the canvas and turn on our Omni Hobbies section, I believe this is it. Where are you? Omni Hobbies. There should be like an Omni Hobbies thing. Hold on. We're gonna fix this right the hell now. Omni Hobbies. Let's go. We're going to take this, shrink it down a little bit, and we're going to put it on the bottom-ish here, I think. This is about it. It's about where we want it to be. And we can turn the webcam on. Glorious. Alright, nice. I'm also going to turn the little picture off here. We can sort of put Omni Hobbies at the bottom. That'll do. Alright. But we're going to turn our webcam off for a second. So the three armies that comprise the equivalent of the Tau Empire, that comprise the equivalent of the Tau Empire in this game are, we can move this down here. Actually, I'm thinking putting it up at the top right is probably better. There we go. So that way you guys can actually sort of see where things are. For starters, you have the Jackals, who equate to the Kroot, more or less. So if you're a Kroot player and you really like the Kroot carnivores, your Jackals are your best bet. They are scrappy, they're used to cobbling their technology together, they're incredibly skilled in melee combat, they're not very well armored, they tend to be a bit of a horde army, and a bit of an ambush army, but when they get into grips with you, they're actually surprisingly competent. They're also pretty decent at very specific types of shooting. So, again, if you're familiar with the Kroot, you're sort of familiar with them a little bit. They're a bushcraft army. The next would be my army that I'm playing, which is the DAO Union. I'm going to turn the webcam off again, because I just don't want this in the way. DAO Union over here, who are basically the tech side of it. They're the equivalent of the Firecast. So if you wanted to play a truly Firecast-style army with battle suits and fire warriors and all that fun stuff, and yeah, they're the guys you want to go to. They are perfect for that, dare I say. And then finally, there's the Eternal Dynasty, which are kind of a compromise faction. They sort of sit somewhere between the Tau Empire as like a fire warrior army, but also with a lot of drones and AI attached to them. The DAO tend to use like very primitive drones, and they use a lot of battle suits and that kind of thing. The Eternal Dynasty, on the other hand, unlike the DAO, who are entirely range-based, they have almost no melee presence in the table whatsoever, and they're very bad at it usually. The Eternal Dynasty is actually not half bad in melee. Their army is truly unique. I don't really feel it's fair to compare them to the Tau, except that you can theoretically field a Tau-style army with them, but they have a lot more melee, and I would actually say they're kind of a weird hybridization of the Tau and the Dark Eldar. Your best comparison, I would say, for them is they are Farsight Tau. They are not your ordinary Tau. They're also highly militant, very aggressive. If you want to play one of, like, the legitimate I don't want to say bad guys of OnePageRules, because everyone's kind of got their reasons for doing what they're doing. Music's a little loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. If you guys want to play, like, the equivalent of the Romulans, or, like, I think the Romulans from Star Trek are probably, like, your best bet. They're very much driven, Romulans and Klingons are somewhere in there. They have this very, like, tribal culture that they have built around them. Many clans. They're literally a warring Chinese dynasty in space. And they look and feel great on the table. But I enjoy the DAO Union. They're my boys. I very much enjoy them. So we're going to be going with these guys today, or at least my take on them anyhow. Now this is part of my Nemyar Prototype Technology Coalition, which is my DAO Union Long Range Recon Expedition, which is my long and short for saying the narrative fluffy army I'm doing for my OnePage Rules Escalation League that I'm working on that should be coming up this year, which is going to be Solstice, Charybdis Sector. I've actually been writing this out for a fair bit. This is for my local little hobby club. So if you're up in the New England area and you want to get in some cool OnePage Rules escalation army, assuming there's anyone here who's answering that, I do not have a big audience. I highly doubt that there's one of you guys out there who's both interested and around Vermont. But if you are, please feel free to show up. Ooh. I think my nose just... Hold on. Ooh. You ever get a pressure spike in your sinuses and just be like, did I feel my nose bleed? Did my nose just start bleeding? No, but I definitely tasted iron. Whew. Okay, yeah. No, we're good. We're good. Ooh. Sorry, that was horrible. Anyway, the reason I bring up all these sheets is because I don't just have my cool little army lore here, which I do have. I also have a painting recipe here, and my painting recipe is what I'm really more interested in. So, today we're going to decide what I want to paint. I have a couple miniatures that I need to get done, like actually really need to get done in order to field my DAO, which also I love the How Now DAO Tau. That's great, actually. The fun fact, right now my army is called the DAOU, or the DAOU. Hilariously, it's supposed to be an acronym for something. They just never told us what it is. I think Gaetano is still figuring out how he wants to do it. As I recall, technically DAO is like a phonetic spelling of a word that they use. So it's DAOU, it's supposed to sound like that, so DAOU, or the DAO. DAO. Yeah. So then, we have ceramic white, which we need to paint, which will be pretty straightforward. As I reach into my brush and grab my paint brushes. Reach in my bag, grab some paint brushes. Let's see, not you guys. You're looking pretty bad. I want the brushes that actually look pretty good. It looks like one of them actually came out. Oh wait, hold on. I did a smart thing. I did a smarter thing than I normally do. I just left my brushes out. I left my brushes out and in their containers. I was clearly preparing for this last week, even though I wasn't. Okay. So we need our paints. We're gonna need matte white, as I zoom back over here to our face cam. So we're gonna need matte white. I use the Army Painter War Paints range for the most part because they're relatively cheap and they do their job. Matte black as well. We're gonna need Nuln Oil, one of the few paints that I actually do use from GW because, well, GW actually knows how to make Nuln Oil. I'm pretty sure Games Workshop will one day, if it shuts down, it'll shut down, but it'll still be selling Nuln Oil. Like, if the Citadel paint range ever ends, this will be the last thing they remove, because it's just so good. I think I'm running low on it, actually. Yeah, I have a little in there. You can sort of see a little bit, but, like, there's some in there. Worst case, I have a whole nother bottle of Nuln Oil. just in case. This stuff is a very simple, good technical wash. It's just a great way to make things look metallic, especially petals. And then I'm also going to want a silver, so we have gunmetal for that. So, gunmetal, pretty straightforward, metallic. I usually will take soft tone as well. This will be for any browns we need to paint. Speaking of browns, fur brown. This is an old one, but it's still working fine. Another nice thing about the Army Painter paints, they don't dry up. Unlike the pots that GW sells, these never run out. Null Oil Salesman is a different take on Snake Oil Salesman. You're not wrong, except unlike a Snake Oil Salesman, Null Oil fucking works. I'll swear by that stuff. It truly do be a thing. I'm gonna put these over here so you guys can see as I'm gathering them. The only ones I probably won't do that with are gonna be the Null Oil, because this shit spills everywhere if I'm not careful. So let's see, what else am I gonna need today? We're gonna need, depending on what I paint, I might want to paint this mono wheel. Let me just zoom this in so you guys can see. So this is my equivalent of a Piranha or a jet bike. I very much like it. They're very cool. Very General Grievous coded. I might want to paint that guy. I also have some of these breachers that need painting. Basically my short-range firefighters. These guys are basically guys all with shotguns. They're designed for short-range clearing of objectives, which makes them very good. And I have a couple of riflemen who need to be painted. I'm not going to be painting the big battle suit. This is a character, and as a character, it's a little bit of a reward. I'm trying to get this thing to focus properly. There we go. Yeah. This is the leader of my army. And as a result, he will be a reward for when I'm done, when I'm further along. And I'm not further along yet. Same thing goes back here for my heavy stealth suit. Today I'm focusing on painting my 1,000-point army. Now, there's an interesting thing going on in OnePage Rules right now, where they're currently in the middle of a beta, which is how they test out the new rules. Basically, if you're on Patreon, or if you're like a normal subscriber and you just want to be interested, you can hit up the creator. He'll give you access to the beta Army Forge, which will let you make your army list, which is great. However, the problem with it is whenever that happens, it kind of throws everything up in the air, and we're not really sure how it's going to land. And there's a couple of changes to how armies are built. So I've sort of worked around that, even with, like, the army, like, force organization rules. I've literally changed them around, just in case they mess around with those rules, because we might be halfway through the Escalation League, and they'll release the new rules and the new points values, and everything might change. So, if that happens, well, not everything, but, like, certain parts of the game might change. Minor force organization structure, that kind of thing. In the old rules, it's like every 500 points you can get a character, so every 500 points. That has this guy in here, so I have my one squad leader. There we go. My one fire team leader over here, and I have my commander. These two are 2 heroes at 1,000 points. However, with the current rules changes that we're looking at, it's 1 hero every 650 points, which means that at 1,000 points you can only have 1 hero. Which is like the smallest size of game usually. You don't normally get to like 500. You can, but eh. You at 1,500 would then get 2 heroes. And then at 2,000 you'd have 3. Which is a bit weird. Most armies are played at either 1,000 or 3,000, or 1,000 or 2,000. And you can play like smaller increments, but most of the time you play in increments of, 1,000. So to me, I think that's something they need to change a little bit. But yeah, so I've gone over here and I've actually, with the force organization rules, kind of gone in and changed a few things that I want for the Escalation League for balance. So You can make your own custom army books, and they are balanced, but for this event, I'm running official army books only. If we had time, I'd be willing to do more, but I think this is a fair compromise. Allies are also allowed no restriction. I want a 3-pane standard, because this is a narrative event, and we want our models to look good. I've changed how the hero scale is. So it's 1 hero per 500 points, just in case they change that with the new edition, which I'm fine with. You don't have to buy any new books again. Like, the nice thing is they update the rules on the actual website. So, Natisha, how you doing? The Shady Sail. Everyone say hi to one of my favorite creators in the space, the Shady Sail. It's good to see you. I've also put a limit on how tough units can be in the armies, depending on the size of it. So, like, normally you can take anything as long as it, like, is under a certain point, like, percentage of the army. In this case, I've actually limited it so that you can only take tough 6 at 1,000 points. So no, like, big vehicles or anything, just, like, small skirmishing things. This thing is about as big as it can get. My little hover bike, or my commander. Anything over that, like, I think it's at 1,500 tough 12. So that opens up, like, medium-sized big guys, like Carnifex equivalents. And then finally, at 2,000 and up, you can basically bring whatever the hell you want. Tough 18 and tough 24 is where you get into, like, Imperial Knight scale, then, like, actual Titan scale stuff. So, yeah. So tired, gotta work 3 minutes late, but alas, the move stuff took priority. That's how it goes. You have to address real life sometimes, unfortunately. So, these are the things that I need to paint today. These are for my 1,000-point list. As I pop on over here. It's so weird I need to adjust that. So. Over here. Commander is not going to be painted today. He's too pretty and he's a reward. Not today. So I have him. That squad. Technically, he's fully painted, actually, so I don't need to worry about him at all. He's a happy boy. He's done. I'm very pleased with him. It'll be more his little squad mates. This squad of rifle warriors. So either we're going to be painting more of these guys. More of these guys. Come on, focus. Focus, says me. Focus on my hand. There we go. There we go. Focusing on more of the breachers. Or on the mono wheel. But there's one other thing, and I want to quickly go check my mail. Just very fast. So I'm going to just leave this here, leave the music swelling because it's perfect. And I'm going to check something really quickly. Because I was told it might be here. I was right, it's here. And I am very pleased. Never mind the choice. I didn't want to give you guys a false choice. Because that would not be a good thing. That would be a lot. I don't want to do that today. We might get to painting today. Maybe. But first, we have this. I don't want you guys to see the, I don't want you guys to actually see any of the actual, like, addresses and stuff on it. So, I'm going to open this up very quickly. I'm going to keep the packaging faced away from you guys. And yes, I use an X-Acto knife as a box opener, so sue me. You all make worse choices every day. I know, many of you have been abandoned by the light of God. Okay, and... yes. On the bottom. Okay. I'm just gonna slide that open. Move my fingers completely out of the way so I don't catch them. Alright. And so, we open it up. Yes. Oh, nice. From Red Elk Realms. I don't know if this is, like, painted by a person or not, so I'm not going to show you guys the logo. I hate that this is the thing I have to consider. But these guys. These are stealth suits. My brand new stealth suits. I think that's what we're doing today. We're not even going to be doing painting today. If I have a painting thing up, I need to change that. We'll try to get to painting, but the focus is going to be assembling these guys because they are the final step of what I needed for my army. Okay. Scooch you guys back a little bit. Scooch you back. Move back drones. Because the funny thing is this means now my drones can just be gun drones, which works for me because I need them for a later part of the game. For one of the later, like, segments of the campaign. Now, normally in an escalation league, you build your army and then you expand it by so many points every time. Unfortunately, it's not entirely possible. Like, 500 points sounds like a round number, but it's entirely possible that you just might not have the ability to slot in exactly what you need at 500 by just keeping everything in your army the way that it is. So I allow it like every month when we do this, because we're playing basically once a month in like a big group. When we have our meetings every month, the new army list you can take can replace a single unit from the last one with a new one, in addition to like expanding it as you'd like. Otherwise, bring all the same old models. So that at some point my stealth suits will be replaced by these gun drones. So then, stealth suits are where we're going to go. I'm going to open this bad boy up, and we're going to get to it and move this over here. Since the paintbrushes I'm actually not going to need, I can just put them over here for now. Here we go. Alright. And I need to open this up and check to see if they did everything I needed. Yes, they did everything I needed. Oh, beautiful. Okay. And how do they stack up compared to the other guys? Oh, they're perfect. They're going to be just a little bigger, which is what I wanted. So, let's see how these guys look. Oh, these guys are going to look great. I love it. Nice, stumpy, thick and mighty. Oh, they're going to be perfect. They're like the perfect size to dwarf the buddies that are near them. They have the little hands. Cool. Alright. So the first thing we have to do is figure out our poses. And they all have, this is the reason I got them, fusion guns. Which is relevant because that is important for how I play them. I tend to use them primarily as an anti-tank hunting option. So having the ability to blast a hole in a tank at small scale is really, really nice. Okay. For the most part, these prints turned out pretty good. Just a few little gauges and stuff on them. Small, like... nothing too bad. This is actually pretty good. I was a little worried getting these prints because someone had left a pretty negative review on the site going like, the prints didn't turn out at all like I wanted. There was so many lines and like issues. I'm guessing that was just a fluke because these turned out pretty much perfect. Like, legitimately perfect. Here's hoping that it never was a thing, and it was just some person being an asshole, or it was a thing that they fixed already. But yeah, these look immaculate. I don't even need to do much trimming at all. Like, there's almost nothing. In fact, I'm struggling to find anything at all I need to clean up. That's pretty great. Okay. Like, one or two little gates that need to be cleared up, but we're fine otherwise. So we have 3 sets of legs. Move this over. Pardon me, boys. Okay. We have 3 heads. They're all exactly the same, which is perfect. I don't need a unit leader for this, really, so we're good. Just going to zoom in a little closer. So all the heads are more or less identical. So So you have 3 sets of heads / torsos. We have 3 cannons. Yes. Looking good. And move these guys over here so we can sort of put them a little bit more easily where they need to be. We have 3 sets of legs, 3 cannons, which all go on the right hand. And now for the hands, we have 3 sets of left arms. Those all look great. We got a pointer, a puncher, and a gentle grabby hand. That works. And then shoulder pads. So we should have a total of 6 shoulder pads with this order. 1 for each side. And it looks like, as I lay these out, we should be golden. So nice. That's a whole unit laid out perfectly. That's amazing. Okay, let's get to trimming. Again, I tend to use an X-Acto knife. It makes the cuts exceptionally clean, and we don't have to worry about anything like being seriously damaged. The biggest thing you have to be careful of is they're incredibly sharp. Sometimes I won't even need to like cut them, I can just flick and they come right off. Nice. So I'm not even going to need to cut these off. These should just gently glide just completely off. Nice. Okay, so we're good here. Looks smooth. Either they already cleaned them up, which I think they did, or this printer knows exactly what they're doing, which I love to death. That's so good to hear. Hold on. Focus, please. Focus on where my hands are. Thank you. This one will need a little bit of a trim. There we go. Because it's at a little bit of an angle. So if that breaks off, it's just not going to look quite good. Nice. Clean. Looks good. Nothing on the back to handle. Okay, we do the same thing on this side. It's a little bit of an angle, so I'm just going to cut it. Came right off. Smooth as silk. Nice. These are very nice. Yeah, this guy's getting a good review. This guy's getting a 5-star review. These are fantastic. These are exactly what I was hoping for. Simple, straightforward, easy to make models. Without much need to really fiddle with it. I don't mind the idea of having a 3D printer, I just don't have the space for one or the money right now. I do at some point want to get a filament printer, like a really nice filament printer. There's some pretty insane ones out there nowadays, so. Looks good. Nice and clean. No visible gates, no visible lines. Everything's perfect. So whenever you get 3D printed miniatures, which if you're playing OnePageRules, I highly advise, because that's half of the fun of OnePageRules is playing with your own minis. And even if you like Games Workshop, there's some amazing creators out there who make some truly like inspired designs. And I wanted a stealth suit that fit my Poiper army, which is made by Piper Makes. These are not Poiper, actually. Unfortunately, the issue I ran into with the stealth suits that Piper makes is that the kit only comes with 3 fusion blasters, and you have to buy them 6 at a time. I've already got a 6-man stealth team with burst cannons. I do not need an extra 3 guys with burst cannons, and I can't, like, just order the fusion rifles twice. So, instead, I just kinda got these guys, and they're perfect. 3-man team. You can choose whether you want what they call plasma rifles, which obviously are fusion blasters, which are kind of the default anti-tank weapon, the alternate sculpt for a stealth suit. Yeah, just like a couple of lines you can sort of see, but the second this gets primed, those lines are going to largely disappear, and I'm also not going to care. I'm not that finicky about it. A good paint job covers a world of hurt, and this is not a world of hurt. This is excellent. So anyway, as much as I love Piper makes, I would have loved to have their stealth suits. They look so good. They just did not have a look that I really wanted. I wanted something a little more alien, and they didn't have the weapon options I wanted. So, 3-man fusion team it is. Okay, we're all cleaned up. It's time to start assembling some dudes. Let's take a look at these bases. These are the bases I normally use here. That is a pretty perfect match. So I feel pretty good about using these. These feel good. Yeah, there's like no real deformities or anything. I feel no need to change out. We'll literally use the bases they provided. Which is rare. I don't normally do that. Normally, I'll use the bases I got, because I want to do that. I want to keep my army consistent, but these bases are perfect. So why would I change what already works? Okay. So we're going to start gluing some of these guys together. Usually the first thing I'll do is I'll glue them to the I'll glue the legs to the base in a way that makes it so that I can see where things are going to be. I know I can already hear some of you guys going, no, don't glue them down. Guys, it's fine. It's really fine. It's not a big deal. I'm using Instacure cyanoacrylic glue. Just a little dab will do you. Be very careful when you're working with cyanoacrylic. This stuff binds flesh pretty much instantaneously. It's very good at its job, and its job is securing shit. Especially plastic to plastic. Plastic to plastic is where it lives. Okay, good. I can put it on here, too. If it doesn't stick the first time, give it an extra little dab, and then just take it and stick it down. And the glue is so good, it'll bind the glue to the glue. Here we go. And this will literally fuse, like in a couple of seconds. We're already secure. I'd still give it a couple of seconds to really cure, but like that's basically secured already. We might actually go from like beginning of miniature to finish miniature in this stream, which would be really cool. I would love that actually. So we're just gonna do the same thing here. I do my best to try to keep my little like glue container clean. There we are. We do the same thing. So I'm going to let everyone see this, hopefully. You're going to focus? There we go. Okay. And we're just going to put it where the feet are centered. Just give it a second to bind. And it should be already defying gravity. I love Instant Cure cyanoacrylic. It's very good. It works perfect with 3D miniatures. Like, the resin is all but the perfect thing. Okay, I'm going to clean off some of the glue from the bottom of this container here. Okay. And then we do the same thing here. We take mini, we glue to base. Beautiful. Okay. That's 3 of these guys, more or less taken care of in terms of their lower body. Now if I lift this up, it's already secure enough. I'm not going to yank on it or anything, but it'll do nicely. Nice. Yeah, looking good so far. The funny thing is, will this stand about as tall as my captain? Yes. Good. That's what I want. My captain is a little beefier than your average trooper, and I want these guys to read as being about as beefy. So let's figure out some arm poses. So this is going to be the squad leader. I kind of like the idea he's holding the gun, like, off to the side a little bit. If it'll actually zoom in correctly. There we go. So you can sort of see, like, he's going to sort of hold it off to the side, like he's sidearming it. And then I'll have the pointy hand kind of doing the whole, like, he's over there kind of look. I think that's perfect. That's perfect. Alright. So, let's start with... And also I need to see, how do these sit? How do these shoulder pads sit? So they sit on top like that. I should probably glue the shoulder pads on first. Let's do that. Let's glue the shoulder pads on. Beautiful. Just a little dab will do ya into the socket of the shoulder pad. And this thing is designed so literally it sort of just sits on the ball joint. And it just naturally just finds a spot to lie. And just like that, it's secure. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. That's so perfect. I'm going to definitely, like... I'm going to put a link in the chat for this guy on Etsy. This guy literally has done everything I've needed him to do, and then some. So, like, I gotta, like, respect this dude here. Alright. This is by Red Elk Realms. This is the Spectre Stealth Droids. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're gonna copy this, and I'm just gonna throw this right in here. And that is the link directly to the Etsy. The actual miniatures themselves are by Hivemind Minis. I believe it's the Droidkin is what the name of the army is. I'll post a link to their, I'll post a link to their My Mini factory. I've ordered from this guy before. I've used some of his models before. They're very cool. Again, I am not sponsored. This is not me being sponsored. This is me showing appreciation for good craftsmanship. This dude deserves the accolades that they earned. I do not know... Actually, I don't know their gender. So let's just say this person, this amazing creator, this artist, deserves their accolades. And the printer who made their vision real is doing a good job. So they're doing great. I'm proud of them. Well done. Cool. So, just a little bit. We're glued. We're secured. Shoulder pads on. That's grand. These things are going to be really easy to assemble. And I'm so excited about that. Normally, miniature assembly takes a little bit. Or at the very least takes like a little time to sort of figure out what you want to do with it. This, we're probably going to get done in a half an hour. It is going that smoothly. Which is very weird for me. I don't like push-fit kits. I like to be able to pose things. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of GW's modern kit structures. They're almost exclusively push-fits. Which, you know, I understand for a lot of folks that's a great way to get started, but not a thing I want. Yeah, there we go. That'll look good. As we sort of zoom in, Yeah, you can see how it just naturally rests there. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, so that's another one of the left hands. Actually, this is technically the right hand. It would be their right hand. I'm gonna do the same thing here. And just want to make sure I didn't actually glue myself. Put that right in there. And yeah, instantaneously it's secured. Yeah, that's so good. That's so unbelievably good. The Hive Mind Minis, you're crushing it. This is incredibly well designed. This is very swift. I'm loving that. I'm absolutely digging it. Okay. It's like one little bit of gate in here, and I really couldn't be bothered. It's going to be underneath here. It'll get painted over. I don't care. It's the underside of a pauldron that no one's going to be able to see when I'm done. So, who genuinely gives a shit? I do not. I love painting my miniatures, but I'm not out here chasing golden demon status or anything. I'm not out here looking for awards, for like award-winning miniature painting. I'm here for one purpose. To get good-looking miniatures onto a table with me and my friends and have a good time. I want to paint well, but painting well and painting perfect are two different things. I'm not here to spend months on months on months to paint a mini. I'm here to spend a little time and have a good result. I want to paint an army, and that has different requirements than painting like a single miniature. There we go. We're going to do the same thing on this side. And I can sort of see how it's designed to sit there. Beautiful. Oh my god, it's so perfect. Love it. Again, not sponsored. I am not sponsored. I'm just an enthusiastic creator who enjoys when someone makes something cool. Yeah, and just like that, the whole set is done. Like, I just gotta glue the pieces together now. It looks like there's no difference in the torsos. They are all seemingly identical faces. They all have the same poses, so it's just how you pose them, which I'm down with that. That works for me. I do see a little spot that I want to, like, slightly nick. Just a little bit. Just to smooth over some of those gates. But if this is, like, the only gate I gotta deal with the whole time, and it's not even that big, just, like, a couple little spots where something came off. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. So these guys are going to be really important for the early part of the campaign. I don't think I'm going to be using them in the later part of the campaign. I don't think I'm going to have the points. But in the early part of the campaign, these guys are going to be bringing the ranged firepower for dealing with, like, small vehicles and stuff. They come with a weapon, a fusion blaster, which, rules-wise, basically guarantees 3 damage. And a game where, like, a lot of ogre-sized models are 3 damage, that's pretty good. It also has a really high armor penetration, so it can negate a lot of harm. So I'm just going to take this guy, glue him together. Make sure he looks good. Looking great. Pretty straightforward walking pose. I'm going to slightly give him an angle. I'm a very big fan of the contrapposto, so don't just stand straight up. Have like a slight positional change. We're going to use a different hand for this one. This guy's just going to be the guy who's like straight up like bringing his hand forward. Like he's getting ready to shoot. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Okay. Hit that with a little glue. That'll do. And I have that. I'm gonna have it like he's almost sort of like at ease, I think. It's like, yeah, that's pretty good. I'll have another, which is kind of just like leveraging the gun forward to fire. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Yeah, that'll do. That looks pretty decent. There we go. Okay. So he's got that. The underside of this with as much of the cyanoacrylate in the glue that I have, so that it avoids getting a lot of buildup. This stuff instantly binds skin, so it's a great way to clean it. Oftentimes I find is just literally grab it a little bit, get a little on your fingerprints, and just instantly dry it off. It'll be dry before it binds your fingers. Don't do this, I'm practiced. But, like, it comes off pretty much immediately. If you ever have this stuff and it grabs you, there are ways to, like, get it off, but the best way to do it's hot soap and water. Go slow. Don't be a doofus. There we go. Kind of like that. He's almost like a little surprised. He's like, here I come. I'ma get you. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's perfect. And then when we hold one of the breachers next to him, if I can get this to focus. Yeah, you can see, like, the size difference is very clear. Like, they are literally head and shoulders over the other guy. Which I love that. That's perfect. That's the right scale. Well done, Hive Mind. Well done. Okay, gonna do this guy next. I think this will be the pointing guy. Who's like, they're over there! Look! Look, Bob, they're over there! It's perfect. Okay. So I'm gonna do the arm on this one first. There we are. Gonna add a little extra glue to this. Put a little extra on the other side. This is sort of be priming the next area I'm gonna hit with glue. I'm just like, look, they're over there. Oh, get them! They're over there! I love the finger, the single pointy finger. Guys, look! Alright, and then I'm going to go on the other side and give kind of the... I'm actually going to put the arm in first, the body on, because that other arm is going to be positioned around the rest of the body. So I think that's the way... Yeah, that'll look good. Okay. Going to do the same thing here. Just like a couple drops. You do not need much cyanoacrylate. Again, like a drop is enough. You are literally chemically fusing these. Do not overthink it. Trust me. Just like that. Just a couple drops. Now, I can tell for a lot of you folks that, like, might be joining in, they're like, why is he saying so much obvious stuff? Most of my community is not super tabletop pilled. I tend to do a lot of video gaming, I tend to do a lot of art and tabletop role-playing, but actual, like, miniature hobbying, I've only recently started doing that here. and I'm really excited about it. But the average follower on my channel is probably no idea what I'm doing. That looks good. Yeah, he's like, look over there! Sort of holding his cannon back. I like that. They look a little stiff too, but I'm good with that. I actually like the slightly stiffer pose. And then the actual cannon arm. This is going to be the guy firing. Yeah, that works. That'll work nicely. Okay. Let's get the cannon. Again, a couple drops. So yeah, I'm literally doing this to sort of help teach my community who might be interested in, like, hey, this is how you assemble miniatures. First you clean them, then you prime them, then you paint them. Oh, I appear to have missed a couple gates on the back of this guy. So you can sort of see there's those little things there. You can get them. It's not hard. Just run an X-Acto knife over them and they just come right off. Literally just getting them underneath and just pulling out gently. Even this is overkill. If I could have fit a tweezer in there, I would have done the same thing. Looks great. And once it's painted, that'll be completely invisible. Which is great. I love that. Okay. So you've got that. Yeah, that will do. Again, do a couple of drops into there. Instantly binds. Nice. Looking good. And then finally, this part right here, which... I'm just gonna grab a little glue. Drop just a hair into here. That'll be plenty. And then we just grab this arm. And like he's swinging it out to stabilize himself as he fires. Beautiful. This nice open posture there. What do you mean they aren't meant to stay in flat form, bringing shame and guilt? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, no, it's almost like building your minis is awesome, or something. Now look, I'm going to say nothing but anybody who has a pile of shame at home, because I do too. This whole army is technically a pile of shame. I've been sitting on these guys for a while, because oftentimes with hobbying, and everyone out here I'm sure experiences this, sometimes your eyes are a little bit bigger than your mouth, than your stomach, metaphorically speaking. Yeah, look at that. So holding on to, like, getting something where you have, like, a good deal or whatever, and then just swooping in, buying it while it's hot, then holding it there. The nice thing about minis is they don't go bad. So as long as you're planning on using them, like realistically planning on using them, you'll be fine. Yeah, I like these stealth suits. These are good. These are very good. So the past couple years I've been wanting to do this drone army bit by bit. And like most of these guys back here are part of the old backlog of my Piper's minis. I've ordered most of these guys like within the last year and a half. But I haven't had a chance to play games because I live in Vermont, and I don't know if you guys know this, but Vermont be cold. It's very cold, and icy in certain parts of the year. So it's very difficult to actually do, like, gaming meets, and even painting and priming. If you prime out of a tube, and you can. Primer doesn't need to be a spray thing. I actually have painting primer right over here. It's one of the green paints. There it is. Here we go. I have a brush on primer. Warpaint's Fanatic range also makes this. It's just a standard flat gray. Like, this is like concrete gray. I prefer a black primer, to be honest. I use this usually to cover up areas that I didn't catch on the spray prime. But you can prime with brush, but usually it's a little bit more complicated, especially for like really big minis. If I primed by brush this thing, it would have taken me a while. An annoyingly large amount of time relative to how much time I'd be painting. It'd be a whole extra layer of painting that I would have to do, and I would not be particularly well served by that, I don't feel. I would have been very bored and annoyed. So spray can primer tends to do the job just as well, if not significantly better. So during the winter months, I can't prime because of my spray cans needing a certain temperature in order to be priming. And if not, they'll just die. They'll either explode or just sputter everywhere, not properly set. And the models will look horrible. So I can't prime during winter. I can't really game during winter because driving out of town or like even around town is dangerous. Vermont is all hills. So hill plus ice equals death. Hey Paul, how you doing? So I avoid doing that. So I was ready to paint these guys, and then I just never got around to them. I never got around to assembling most of them. So this past couple of like months I've been like, you know what? We're gonna buckle down, we're gonna do it. And that's why I wanted to have this escalation leak. So I have an excuse. So, I'm gonna do the next step very quickly. Pardon me. Enjoying a ginger cookie. It's not a ginger snap. It's just a ginger cookie. Like a snickerdoodle. That's what they're called, snickerdoodles. We're on to the next part. The next part of getting a miniature ready to paint is priming. This is my primer. You can always check the top to see what color you get. I wanted a matte black because I can work off of this. I am not going to be spray priming in my house. I don't want to die. I'm not insane. Hey, El, look at these old guys. I love these little guys. These little guys are about to get their nice coat. They're going to get a nice black coat, and they're actually going to look great. So yes, Army Painter Color Primer. I highly recommend this spray primer. If anyone out there is getting into miniature modeling or miniature painting or wargaming, or they're a TTRPG player, they want to paint a mini, this is great. For starters, the Games Workshop primer, what's also referred to as Chaos Black primer, which is the standard for a lot of like tabletop role-playing, or I should say really tabletop wargaming folks who are really Warhammer pilled, the Citadel primer, that shit starts at like 1819 around here, 1819 USD. It's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. In fact, actually, I'm pretty sure it's way more now. I'm going to open this up very quickly. Let's see. Warhammer.com. We're going to open up our paint page. And I'm going to see just how much Chaos Black Primer currently runs. Spray. Okay. So, oh geez, it's actually restricted. It's entirely restricted. That's hilarious. Spray. Here we go. View results. Chaos Black Primer is 20 bucks USD. That's ordering directly from Games Workshop, not factoring in shipping. Is a large mini still called a mini, or is it a biggie? So, the fun fact, Paul, most larger miniatures, the kind that I paint, are still technically miniatures because the scale is smaller than the original thing. So, if it's at a smaller scale, usually, it's referred to as a miniature. But there's an exception. Anybody who's ever seen, like, Lord of the Rings? They did a lot of the terrain and environments in Lord of the Rings in, like, actual model. They did a lot CGI, but, like, they did a lot of this stuff as actual models. Those are called bigatures. Because even at that scale, they're huge. So yes, Paul, taking your question as literally as possible, because I always like doing that. Bigature is the word. I'm not joking. The guys at the studio called them bigatures. So you have miniatures, which are things more at our scale. So this is technically this is a 20, I believe this is a 32 millimeter scale miniature. That means that if you were to print a human at the scale that this is painted at, or the scale is rendered at, a model would be 32 millimeters to the eyes. So like 32 millimeters, which if I ballpark out the scale conversion, hold on, 32 millimeters is roughly 1.25 inches to the eyes. So 1.25 inches is right where my finger is on here. Just a little bit, yeah, there we go. So if I were to grab one of these guys who's standing, these guys are supposed to be roughly 1-to-1 human size. So I take it to the eyes from the base, and look at that. He's all but perfect. That's a 32 millimeter scale. To the eyes of a human, and your standard 5'10", 6-foot human would be 32 millimeters. So if you make something much larger, but still at a miniature scale, it becomes known as a bigature. There's your little hobby lore thing. So technically these are all scale models. These are all 32 millimeter scale. Your average war game nowadays tends to be played between a 28 millimeter scale to a 40 millimeter scale. Almost all of Warhammer, OnePage Rules, most of them are set at a 32 millimeter scale. I believe the Lord of the Rings strategy battle game that GW makes and a lot of the similar sort of games, those tend to be stuck at a 28 millimeter scale, and there's also the difference between a realistic scale and heroic scale. So a realistic scale, I actually have a model for that. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys this, because this is a learning moment. Here we go. So, okay. So, if I were to take these two models together, yeah, I suppose that'll do fine. That's fine. Okay. So, you have what are referred to as a more realistic scale or a historical scale. A lot of your Hero Forge minis are technically a heroic scale, but I'd scaled this guy down to a more, like, historic scale miniature. There's nothing that's really over the top on him. He's pretty, actually, like, normal. I actually use this guy as a wizard in my Frostgrave skirmish force. I still need to paint him. But he's got, like, his base coats on there, so he's got, like, the cool glowy horns and stuff. He's all crystalline. I basically made a White Walker. So that would be like more of a historical scale. The faces, the proportions are not as like goofily scaled up. Whereas a heroic scale miniature, on the other hand, takes those same proportions and blows them way out, with the purpose of giving you a lot more to work with. I suppose technically all these guys are heroic scale minis. So like, as an example, this guy. His head, his arms, his legs. Your average person is roughly about 10 heads tall. So if I were to bisect your head and then clone it, or like photocopy it, and then stack it 10 times up, then put your head back up again, like give you your head back so you're not dead. Let's just make 10 copies of your head. Let's not be that morbid. We're just gonna make 10 perfect photocopies of your head and stack them up next to you. You should be about 10 heads high. Most heroic miniatures, it's usually closer to 8 or 6, so that you have like the slightly overblown proportions, so you can get those really cool, like, details in on there. You can get a lot of, like, character zoomed in on this. So yeah, smallest miniature I've got. I got you. So, smallest miniatures I have would probably be for my OnePage Rules wargaming. There's one particular game in OnePage Rules Grimdark Future called Warfleets. It's one of my favorites. If anyone out there is familiar with Warhammer Battlefleet Gothic, that's the scale we're talking at. Technically, that scale isn't even measurable in millimeters. It would be measured in what we call micrometers, but we don't need to worry about that. This is because the miniatures themselves are capital ships, kilometers long. So, at that scale, the scale being used is applied to a ship, not to a person. So, for me, the tiniest ones I've got are probably the little baby mechs that I'm using for my Warfleet's army. You literally can't even see them on camera. There we go. That guy. Those guys there. Those little guys are the smallest things are the smallest scale I possess. To put it in perspective, a capital ship, kilometers long, is this big. Literally smaller, or just a little bit bigger actually than my pinky. Just like a hair bigger than my pinky finger. In fact, they're so small, I can fit the entire force in a nail box. Like, this is the whole army. This is everything I'll ever need is in this box. I'm still in the process of painting them. I only had them on their metallic core. Eventually, these things are going to be painted in the exact same way. This will show. There we go. You can see the detail on these. It's actually pretty decent. So these will be painted the exact same way as these guys, because this is the same army. So I'm going to be using, if this will ever zoom properly, this paint scheme, the gray, the yellow, and the energy blue, as well as also like the blue paint scheme, the blue markers, to paint my Warfleet, which are also DAO Union. These are the exact same army. Again, a miniature agnostic force. OnePage Rules has yet to make a range for the DAO Union. So if you want to play DAO Union, like I do, you're going to have to find some good miniatures. Good news, you'll be spoiled for choice. There's some amazing creators out there. These guys are by far the smallest thing, and I need to zoom in the camera for you to see. So I'm going to have to put it in my palm. These guys are smaller. The base is basically the only thing that I can hold them by. So I'm going to put this here and zoom in really close. Hands, focus on my hand. Good. There we are. That is the smallest miniature I own. These little guys. I use these as battle suits, which, to give you guys the proper scale, these guys are the exact same models, rules-wise, lore-wise, as this guy. So hopefully that gives you a sense of scale for how big the war game is. And a squad of 2 of these big boys here. So I zoom in, pay attention, focus, focus. These guys are the same model, rules-wise, lore-wise. I have battle suits that fly alongside my capital ships and fight other guys. They're basically Gundams. And they're represented by this. And it's not even close to scale again. If this was to scale, these little guys would be just like grains of rice compared to the kilometers-long capital ships. But, you know, you have to accommodate for that. It's sort of like the Death Star in Star Wars. If it was ever actually, like, done to scale next to the X-Wings, you just wouldn't see anything. It would just be a moon and, like, a couple specks of rice. And that would be it. So, yeah. Those are the smallest guys I have. I have another fleet as well, which is my Robot Legions fleet. They're not even primed yet. But I guess the spiders from those guys, these are all from a war game, at least the little, like, there we go. These little guys, the little minis. These aren't real spiders, by the way, obviously. They have more in common with crabs. So don't get too panicked if you're arachnophobic. You shouldn't be freaked out. These little guys are from a game which, God, it's been so long. I'm going to go back, check my Etsy. Go back to my favorites. Where is it? To go through my collections to find this. It's not Stargrave, none of that. Oh, here we go. Warfleets. And this particular force, these particular guys, maybe these are in the Drone Empire, maybe, are from a specific game. Whoop, as I zoom right past it all. And I think if I can find it again, I thought it was in the Warfleet section. I guess maybe it's not. Oh, here we go. I found it. So the name of the game is Full Spectrum Dominance. Full Spectrum Dominance is like an actual war game. Like a true war game. So if you want to see like those little guys, or want a whole army of them, it's kind of at the same scale as like what's it called again? Like Planetary Annihilation. Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of that strategy game that you can play on your computer? It's like the same size. Full Spectrum Dominance minis are hilariously tiny. They're made to a scale where when you collect an entire army, like, that's them to scale. Those are like some of the biggest models on the table. The smallest models are the infantry. They're so small, they're about as like wide as the head of a nail. Not even like an actual like carpentry nail, like the head of like almost a tack. Like a very small modeling tack. They're very tiny. And the whole army is designed where you can field like a legit army at the scale of a real battle. Most war games are set at 32mm scale, where your models are designed to be like fighting, not really like skirmishes, but like platoon scale, like a platoon scale. About like between anywhere from like 20 to like 200 models at the table at most, and most of them are in squads. Whereas in this, it's like, nah, bitch, you bring in a whole fucking like brigade. You are all going to battle. So yeah, they're fun. They're very fun. All right, so we're gonna do the next thing I need to do, which is priming. So priming is an interesting part of the hobby. Everyone has to do it. It's usually not that bad. I'm gonna blow off the dust from this thing. I haven't used this in a while. So I'm gonna show you guys a cool little trick that I've used for painting. So one of the things people will ask me all the time is, how do you get your paint scheme looking good? Like, how do you know it's gonna look good on the model? Because you might envision something in your head and be like, oh, that looks cool, and then put it on a model and then it'll just not look good. So the easy solution is, a lot of miniatures come on what's referred to as a sprue. The sprue is basically the plastic thing that the model pieces come on when it's printed out. Here, I'll show you. I'm just gonna rip a sprue out of my box here. Here we go. This is a sprue. If you're a Gunpla fan, they call them runners. It's the same thing. 90% of this is just waste plastic. The actual models, the pieces of the models, are literally connected to them. You snip them off. But this is basically what the inside of a model mold looks like. You have two halves of a metal plate. They come around the outside, and that's the space in between that you then fill with plastic. Usually you inject it, and then it'll pressurize it, cook it, and then it'll cool off. Yeah, exactly, SprueCon. Mossy knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, besides making like miniatures out of these sprue pieces, because these empty sprues, once they're done, really don't have much value except for just like plastic waste, really, under most circumstances. You can either make miniatures out of them, which is what Mossy's alluding to, SprueCons, Sprue Marines, what have you, where you basically just glue them together, and you can field models made of the plastic, because why not? It's perfectly valid plastic. Or you can do what I do. I take a piece of cardboard. This used to be cardboard. You can see some of the tape on it. It is just cardboard. And then what you do is you just tape or hot glue. I believe I hot glued. No, actually, you used like real glue on this. I used real ceramic glue on this. No, it's a wood glue. It's wood glue. I used wood glue to secure this to the to this thing. And then you just prime it, because this is actually my primer table. This is my little primer-like thing that when I'm painting, you'll see in a second maybe. But yeah, so when you prime it, prime the other side with the sprue, and then use it to test out what your paint schemes are going to look like on plastic when they're three-dimensional. You can see a little section here. I tested out all the fluorescent paints that I had access to. I had a white. Hold on. Please focus. I know it's very bright. I know it's very bright. There we go. So you can see I have like an orange, a blue, a white. I tested out a number of metallics and glow effects on here. Some base colors down at the bottom. This is basically where I go when I want to try something new. And that way I'm not wasting a miniature or potentially painting on a miniature over and over and over again, because if you do that, when you layer paint, it often gets thick and it might affect the paint scheme. So there's your tip. Make yourself a little sprue palette and you can experiment and look at what your paint scheme looks like at any time. And if you want to do it again, just spray the whole thing, just prime the bottom of it, do it again. It's really convenient. This cost me nothing. And it's so nice. It is a permanent test miniature. I can't recommend it enough. Okay, so to prime, usually what I'll do is I will tape these guys onto here, then I'll just rotate it around and spray it from different angles. It's basically a turntable that you hold. The problem is that spray cans actually have enough force where they'll literally blast these guys off the edge and then they'll fall and shatter, and I don't want that. So I'm going to do the next best thing. Anyone who's painted their house recently, or ever painted their house at all, will be familiar with masking tape. Stuff is great, does exactly what you need it to. So it's pretty straightforward, like general purpose masking tape. I just got this from Home Depot. I'm going to zoom you guys back over to look at my glorious shirt. Shiny and chrome. So just take this, roll a little thing of sticky tape, little doodad. Usually a little bit of like curling ain't that bad. Give it a tear. I have this little triangle thing, this little paper football. Then just take it. There's a space usually under a lot of these bases, and I'll just put it right there. And then once it's on all the corners correctly, I'll push. And that should now, with the tape on the bottom, stick nicely to my painting board. It doesn't need to be super durable. I just did a really needless risk of flipping it upside down. But it'll do. It'll do fine. It just needs to work well enough so that when I take this thing outside, it will hold the miniature against the force of the spray paint, and it'll dry very quickly. Like, we will have a 5-minute conversation, and this will be ready to paint. In the time it takes for me to finish drinking my smoothie when I come back in, which we're about 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way through it, or 3/4 of the way left. By the time it takes me to drink that cup, these models should be dry. So again, did a little square this time, do the same thing, and I do my best to try to vary which way they're looking, because when you rotate to spray from different angles, it'll give you better control in certain areas. I would show you guys how the spray can works, but my recommendation, here, literally just you pop the top off, gently. The first thing you're going to want to do, find where the nozzle is. Imagine if I sprayed right now, just obliterated my camera. I'd be very sad. Find where the nozzle is, always face it away, and when you spray from a couple inches back. Like, you want about half a foot to a foot away. And then just quick little things. Also, before you go, you're going to want to shake. I apologize in advance. Hopefully this won't be super loud. Go absolutely fucking crazy. Up and down. side to side. There's a little stirrer inside here. It's like a little oblong marble that's stuck to basically the little like plastic stick that goes down the middle. And this is stirring up the primer. You want it to be stirred up so that way the primer actually is properly like melded around. If it's not properly like stirred, then you might get globs, sprays, parts of the primer might not actually do their job. You might get translucent sections on it. So having a consistent primer mix is good, and that's why spray cans are so nice. You literally just give it a good old shake. And then just go to town. As again, I've mentioned, I'm not dumb enough to spray prime the interior of my fucking house. This is a one-bedroom loft that I live in. So I'm gonna literally step outside and prime these guys. Timing's pretty good too, because Mother Nature's looking like she's getting ready to storm. I'm not sure you guys can't really see it because it's very bright. And even when it's about to storm, it's still pretty bright. But the diffuse light is hiding the fact that it is looking like it's going to storm later. So I'm going to take this, turn this camera back over here. We do love a rattle can. Rattle cans are good. Another recommendation before I go outside, and I will literally be right back. I'm going to leave you guys staring at my tabletop. If you can get them. You don't need this, but it's good to get. Latex gloves. Just, these will do fine. I get the powder-free variety. My wife works over at the hospital, so my ex-wife also worked at a hospital. I'm very familiar with these things now. Most spray primers will not irritate your skin. This is just a general rule of thumb. Most spray primers are actually latex-based and not particularly irritating. You have to, unless you are specifically allergic to latex, in which case, don't do that. But even then, you should minimize the amount of primer that gets on your fingers where you can. I know there's a lot of miniature modelers out there that are just currently going like, oh, I can't believe he's that squeamish. Here's the thing. I'm a sketch artist. I'm used to working with pencil and graphite. Pencil and graphite, whenever you work with it, gets all over your hands. Like, especially around the base, the seat of your hand, so around where your thumb is, to this area, to the side here. And that's where you rest your hand, which is why you get that there. Whenever I'm, like, sketching, I'll slowly be literally charcoaling the entire page with the bottom of my hand because it's so covered in graphite. If you get primer on your fingers, as I get over here and do the, now breathe. Breathe in, sir. This will be over shortly. As I do that, even near fetish content with these gloves. When you do that, it can get on your hands, which can interfere with the paint job you make later. So your best bet is to wear gloves. I literally don't have a painting handle here. I could easily, I think I actually have like a paint handle that I bought at one point. But no, actually I don't. I don't have a paint handle. So I just hold the board. But everywhere there's black is where primer is about to be. So we're gonna not do that to my hands. So I'm gonna go and prime these, and viewers, I have a request for you. Since this is a hobby-like stream, and we're here to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the minis and enjoy painting and modeling and hobbying and doing all the fun nerdy stuff that makes this hobby fun, in addition to the actual gaming, which I can hear a lot of you guys saying, the gaming! Yeah, the gaming's fun too, but I'm here for the hobby as well. I want you guys to leave me some questions in the chat while I'm outside. As many hobbying questions as you can think about. Anything you've ever wondered about the hobby in general. Maybe you're unsure about something. Maybe you were wondering, like, how much does it cost to get into the hobby? What are good games to get into? Do I have any opinions on anything if you're a wargamer, aficionado, or anything? Anything you've wanted, now's your chance to ask. So fill the chat with those questions. When I come back, I'll go through them. It can be anything regarding not just OnePage Rules, but the entire wargaming or skirmish gaming hobby. Please let me know. I'll be literally right back. I'm just going to step right outside. And in fact, just to show you guys how fast it's going to be, I'm going to leave the top of the spray can right there. And when I come back, I'll pick that up and you'll know I'm back. But yes, leave me your questions. Anything about Warhammer, lore, gaming, cost? Want to do wargaming generally? Cool. Ask me about a wargame you're curious about. I know about a fair few of them. Battletech, whether that be Battletech, Warhammer, OnePage Rules, the Halo Flashpoint game. There's several dozen others that are currently out there. War Machine. I've played a fair few war games in my time, so I'm happy to answer any questions. The Frostgrave, skirmish gaming, whatever. Whether it even be like the practicals. How much does it cost? What paints do you use? Where do you get your supplies? Yada yada yada. Anything you want, ask me in the chat. I'm gonna go prime these. I'll be right back. And I'm not gonna put the "we'll be back" thing on. I'm just gonna leave the music going and slowly turn it up. So hopefully that is good. Hopefully it's not too loud. All right, I'll be right back. There we are. Leave me some questions so I can give you answers. Okay. So, as I return, and you all disappointed me. I see no questions in the chat. Give me questions! Questions! Give me questions! Also, paint prime minis. They be primed now. I was eating. That's fair. I'm gonna give you just a minute. I'll give you guys a minute. Just give me the fucking question. I will also show you guys as I put these guys behind me to dry, because they'll be fine. They'll be fine drying inside. I usually like to dry outside. In fact, I actually might, just because my wife is extra sensitive to the smell, but I wanted you to see how much, like... I do want you to see how, like, fast and what they look like freshly painted. So I just put this outside on the chair. I have a little stool in the hallway I put this on usually. Okay. Now I'm going to start a timer. Not a long one. A 5-minute timer. 5 minutes is usually more than enough for that to dry all the way through. Go. Set myself that timer. We're going to give ourselves a simple 5-6 minutes. Now that we're back, I'll also show you guys what I mean by why we wear gloves. So you can see that speckling right there. It actually even continues onto my arm. That's not freckles. That's spray can. That's pigment. I know, because I can literally, like, rub it away. And you can see it literally just goes all the way down my hand. And even on the other side where I was actually holding the thing, you can see where a little bit of paint got on me. So using this, using these gloves, great way to stay clean. And then afterward, you just toss them out, unfortunately. But that'll keep my hands a lot cleaner than if I didn't. So, still want to wash your hands, usually on your wrists. But it's a good way to, like, cut down on a lot of, like, wasted paint. Alright, let me sit down, grab my smoothie, and we can answer some of those questions you guys had. So let's see, Mossy. Alright, and again, this is a Q&A section, so if you have any questions about wargaming, hobbying, modeling, what have you, now's your chance to anyone who's currently out there in the chat. I will be answering them as we go. We have like a good 6-minute, 5-minute segment to do it on. So I'm just going to have a little smoothie, and I'm going to answer what you guys' questions are. So, let's see. Do you always prime in... This is Mossy. Do you always prime in black, or will you switch to a lighter primer if you're using mostly paler colors in a scheme? That's a great question, actually. And one that has an, unfortunately, slightly more complicated answer than that. I'll do my best to try to make it make a little more sense. Okay, so, come on. Focus. I'm not even on the camera. There. Pay attention to the little boy down here. In fact, hold on. Pay attention to the big man. There we go. He'll be answering your questions. So, whenever you're painting, your primer actually will, in fact, seriously change how you paint. But it isn't by usually doing it with lighter color schemes or darker color schemes. It's actually entirely a choice of whether or not you want to paint up or paint down. So if you use lighter colors, if you use a lighter paint, usually it means that you are painting the highest, brightest color, and you're instead painting every darker paint on top of it, adding layers upon layers to add darkness into the depth. This works good on things that have a lot of glowing effects, or like seem ethereal, or it's stuff you want to be like really vividly bright. Like if you want to paint a like race car or something, or you want to paint like a ghost, and you want to have like an ethereal glow, then your best bet would be to prime in white and go from there. Camera, you are pissing me off. There we are. Camera, you're pissing me off. Focus on him. On him. Him. there. So that usually is like why you would paint in white. I vastly prefer to paint in black because I find the hardest thing to do when you're painting is to shade. So follow me on this. The darkest recesses of your model, and you can sort of see it a little bit with him here. He's fully painted. You can see where all those joints in the armor are. In Gundam, we call that, or Gunpla, we call that panel lining. You can totally do that, like, basically anywhere with any model, but in this instance, I primed with black, which means I usually paint things on top of the black. So I paint the raised areas with brighter colors or other colors that are more muted, and this gives us this effect. This means I don't need to panel line nearly as much, and when I do, usually I just take like a simple ink like on Nuln Oil or a shade like they have in the Fanatics range. This is Tone, Soft Tone, very good for browns. And just let it naturally seep into those darker areas. You'll see what I'm painting. But I find it's easier for me to edge highlight where color and light are involved. So I painted this by focusing on what was being lit, not what was being shaded. It's a totally different way of painting that I've never enjoyed doing the, like, in reverse, the white to dark. I imagine if I painted a more ethereal army, that would change entirely in me. But black, I find, is the best place to start. And also because, for me, it's more forgiving. If you fuck up a black paint, or a black primer, cool. A wad of black paint will immediately fix it. If you fuck up a bright white, your white might not be the exact same shade as your white primer. And more importantly, even if you get the right shade, the exact right mix, it's way more receptive to being contaminated by other colors. Black is the darkest pigment you're going to get. Nothing is darker than black, usually. Unless we're talking Vanta Black, in which case, fuck that guy. There's like, what's the name of the... There was like a paint that was released after Vanta Black by another guy, because Vanta Black is owned by one piece of shit. And that person was like, no, I want everyone to have this, and released it immediately, and it's darker than Vanta Black. Unless you get to, like, actually using chemistry to interfere with photons touching your object because of the texture of the paint, black is as dark as you get. So, worst case, you can prime in black and build the same layers up. But restarting in white and building the layers down, in my experience, is a lot tougher. So I recommend painting in black, especially for newbies, even if you only get a couple, like, shades of color on there, and then slap it on the table, it'll usually look pretty good. Even a half-assed black base paint job will do the job fine. I'm gonna have a little sip here. Delicious. So yeah, to answer your question, Mossy, it depends entirely on what you're painting. If you're painting a bright, like, if you're painting a vivid color, white as a base is not a bad idea, but then you have to shade downward. If you are painting more like dull or like metallics is what I often will do, or rubberized stuff, I start with black and build up. Also, if you were more the sort of person that enjoys painting like extreme shades and highlighting, which is what I tend to do, I focus on a black paint because I can reach that very easily. So you have a plan to do a mid to dark range green scheme for my World Eaters. I want to know what your opinions on metallic to use for trim, even if a metallic. That's a great question. Okay, so. Alright, so walk me through it. So you have a Space Marine. We're talking a Chaos Space Marine, so endless colorful trim. Don't worry, I got you. I do in fact have a Chaos Marine and a properly painted actual Marine here. Give me that. Thank you. Okay. So, we have my Knight's Numinary as a standard Marine. And then to discuss the trim, I'm going to dunk this guy in water, because holy crap, He is dusty. Yeah, I am eventually, when the models arrive, going to be having an entire Ravaged Star Chaos army, so I'll be joining you in the Chaos powers. But this guy was a test miniature for my Arachnia Astra force. I actually was very happy with the sculpted, like, emblem on the chest. And I think the head turned out pretty good, too. At least as a baseline. But, like, I just never was happy with the arms, and this is just a test mini, so it can be damned. Alright, so, we're talking about your World Eaters. So your World Eaters have usually a very bold color scheme like Standard Marines, but then they also have Chaos trim stapled on top of that. So, you're going for a dark green color scheme on these guys. Usually whenever you're dealing with a metallic, you should consider what it's going to look like opposed to the paint scheme. So for my Knight's Numinary, I actually do a metallic. It's blue, but silver is the primary metallic. You can see it on his, like, on the Aquila on his chest there. He actually is silvered on his chest plate. The standard is red and gold, and I want to do something different. I highly advise that. I'm going to be real with you. One of the things that pisses me off the most when I'm watching folks that are getting involved in 40K, you all... Let me just zoom over here for a second. Oh, I can hear. Hold on. It sounds like our boys are nearly done. I'm going to give it a little longer. I'm going to give them a little longer. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want you all to stare at my nose. There we go. Okay. It's a little better. So, y'all that are getting involved in Warhammer, y'all paint your shit exactly like the box art, and it drives me nuts. You have a playground of unlimited potential. If you're like playing Chaos, if you're like playing Standard Marines or Imperial Forces, they often have very regimented color schemes, but normal Marines can have wildly varying colors. There's over 1,000 chapters at any one time, of which 99% are not talked about. Make your own fucking factions, please, I beg of you. Have some fun in your universe. It doesn't need to always be the guys that you read the books about. Make your own guys. Make your own story. We're all role players here. Make your own fucking characters. Stop using the pre-gens. But Chaos is even worse because Chaos intentionally does not have those regimented structures the Imperium has. There's a nearly limitless number of Chaos-like forces and cults. Please paint your shit different. Make your own cult. Make your own name. Make your own lore. It is so rife with opportunity. It drives me nuts when you guys squander it. But Mossy, we're not talking about that with you because you absolutely are doing that. So you want a green. I got you, homie. So you're painting a green right now. Something like, say, this angel green here. So this is probably close to what you're looking for. Yeah, I understand why people paint exactly like the box art too. It's basically like painting within the lines for a coloring book. But like, come on guys, you can have a little fun. Somewhere between Doom Guy and Dark Angels. So Angels Green is basically Dark Angel Green, which works pretty close to what you're describing. And if you're looking for a color highlight off of that, always shake your paint, not your paint pots, but your paint tubes. So for that, I would recommend Jungle Green for the highlight. This will actually stop focusing my fucking face. There we go. So Jungle Green and Angel Green are a great place to go. A high tone and a low tone. A dark and a light. But you want a color that'll stack up well next to these two. So, my recommendation, most Dark Angels players tend to either go with a silver, which I think it's okay, but it doesn't look quite as good, or a gold, which gets you more of a Salamander-y style color scheme. Hold on. As I dig through here for my gold. Here we go. Gold. So, bright gold next to this gets you kind of a Christmassy, like vibrant kind of color scheme. It works really good for salamanders, but not here. You were thinking about a copper is actually where I was going to go next. And that I think is your best bet. Copper, in this case, I have, in this particular one, if I can get this to just focus on it, I believe it's True Copper is what it's called. Yeah, True Copper. True copper is great. It's actually a nice, slightly darker shade than you're going to get out of a gold. It has the ability to be shaded up and shaded down effectively without needing to worry about, like, will this look good or not? It'll look good whether you're going to be doing it as a highlight or a midtone. And since you're using this for your trim, it'll look really good as a trim. Slightly ruddier. And for those of you who don't know, when we're talking about our color theory tells us that red is the best counter to green. This is because they are what is referred to as, and I want to make sure I got this right because it's been a long time, there's complementary colors, and then there's the, God, it's been so long. I always forget the actual proper term when I'm on the spot. Here we go. So, we have, there we go, complementary colors, which are colors that are opposite of the color wheel. So when you have a color that's contrast. Contrast is actually the term you use to describe how vivid something is. So if you turn, it's like hue, it's in that same zone. Contrast kind of gives you like the definition of it. So these are actually going to be, in this case, complementary colors, red and green. Whereas contrasting colors are kind of like, sort of, it's analogous and complementary. Because the red works, that's why Christmas is green and red. You'll see that this brass has more in, or this this copper has more in common with red than it does with yellow. So it'll actually work really well with it and it won't blend in as much. It'll accent these. Now, I'm actually going to give you a piece of advice beyond that. Besides the fact that I think that the Warpaint's range is actually better than Games Workshop's range when it comes to metallics, also because your Games Workshop paints dry up super fast. If you're going to be painting an army for a while, you want these paints to last. War paints, I've never had an issue with them lasting. They work so much better for that. Vallejo paints are great too. A nice, deep, rich copper is a great place to go. If you want to highlight up, you could use a gold as a highlight for the copper, but, hear me out, I have another recommendation for you. Promise I'm doing this for a reason. Pair that copper with a verdigris. So, one of the coolest parts of copper is the copper ages. When it ages, it gets verdigris on it. It's kind of like it's basically rust for copper. More or less, it's an oxidation effect that makes it look greenish, almost. This War Paint Fanatic Effect paint, which is, again, literally just verdigris. Verdigris is a fantastic paint. I can't recommend it enough. Use just like this as a wash, like in the darkest recesses where water would collect. Especially towards like the bottom. Basically, where rainwater will hit, it will verdigris. Where sun will hit, it will verdigris. So combine that copper with the verdigris. Or blood. You know, you are those guys. And speaking of, if you can get a good blood effect, which there are plenty, I believe I have one, I just gotta find the damn thing. It's somewhere in here. If you can get a good blood effect paint, it'll work wonders. I use Crusted Sore, which is very gross sounding because it's supposed to sound gross. But its job is to make like a very grody kind of like bloody effect, and it works really well. It's using like small amounts and splatters. So yeah, combine these three colors together, these three color profiles. You have copper, verdigris, blood, and then your two greens, it'll look great. And then if you need to highlight up and down, just highlight using a white or a black. You can actually cut your metallics with white or black paint to brighten it or like darken it. And it'll look great either way. So there's my recommendation for you. Go for a good copper. If you have to get, like, if you want to do aging effects, which work really great with Chaos Marines, verdigris. Warpaint's Fanatic Verdigris is a great paint. Again, I'm not sponsored. Never sponsored. I'm super cheap, super poor. I have no connections with any of these companies. I'm doing this purely for the love of the game. So I can't recommend those guys enough. They're phenomenal. All those paints will do you good. I'm sure Vallejo has an equivalent, but the Verdigris is really good from the Army Painter range, so look into that. I know Games Workshop also has a Verdigris, but most of their effect paints are very expensive, like needlessly so. And you don't need that. Trust me on that. Whenever you buy GW paints, you're usually just paying for the name brand. And the name brand is vastly overestimated in its value, so just word of advice to all you new painters out there, not just you, Mossy, but generally anybody listening, don't paint anything else. Just trust me on that. You'll thank me later. As I make all the sounds, I'm also going to need crystal blue and troglodyte blue today to paint the actual like effects. And I also have one extra thing I'm going to do. Speaking of effect paints, these paints are great if this will ever focus. Plasma Coil Glow. These effect paints are great. I also might hit the Fusion Blasters with some of these. This is Radiation Glow, and the optics I'm painting by hand, so I don't want it to make like too extreme, but like Radiation Glow is a great color because it actually is UV reactive. Fun fact. This, if you have a black light anywhere near the table, will glow incandescent orange, which is very fucking cool. These were worth purchasing. I'm very glad I did. So I'm going to put these two guys up here. Alright, now for the moment of truth. How dry are our battle suits? Let's find out! As I grab the minis we have on the table here, you two go away. But yeah, so there you go, Mossy. Go with a copper. I think your first impulse was a good idea. Go with a copper, go with a verdigris. And also consider like consider what color you want the eyes to be and like the glowing optics. I think a red really would work, but you could also go with a purple or a blue, and it might be a better solution for you because it'll go the other direction. You could also use a bright orange to make it really stand out. Basically just use anything but a green for the optics. Hell, you could actually even use white if you wanted. But I recommend a little splash of color. Just be aware of the existing color schemes that are out there. If you paint them with yellow lenses, everyone's going to say you're painting salamanders and you're going to never hear the end of it. Trust me on that. Let's see. Thinking a bright red or an ice blue? I think the ice blue would look very good. It would look very good and stand out very much against the blood. And let's take a look at this. So after a couple minutes of drying, they look good. They feel good. And you can see all the paint that got, kept away from that. This guy here looks great, and he's dry to the touch. He's ready to be painted. I'm leaving no fingerprints or anything on him. He's good. Same thing for our next guy. Yeah. Looking great, feels great. The coat is flat. I don't see any of the print lines. The toughest thing a lot of folks that are new to the hobby are going to deal with when they're priming is too much paint. Not just when they're priming, when they're doing anything with the hobby. The biggest hurdle you'll often face is, how much paint do I use? And the answer is, when you first start, less than you fucking think. Trust me on that. Most folks use way more paint than they think they're gonna need. Hopefully my voice isn't dueling with the music, by the way. How's that sounding? We good? Okay. I'm just gonna have a sip. I'm gonna finish this bad boy off. Thank you, Mossy. I appreciate you. All right. So, I'm going to move my Battlesuit Commander back up here, out of the way, get some real estate on the table. Move these guys back, move these guys back. Captain, you're going to go behind them since you're fully painted. I'm going to do the same thing with these guys. I'm actually going to move any painted models are going to be away from where they might get splattered by Nuln Oil, because I can feel that would suck so very hard. So these guys don't have any musculature to paint, so we're just going to be doing the same paint scheme that we basically did with the drones. First thing we're going to start with is a very simple white armor plating. So I'm going to take these guys. They're going to be my targets. This out of the way. Good. Okay, I just want to make sure when I'm painting, this will be where it can focus. So first things first. We have our color scheme we're aiming for, which is this like sort of slate gray. That's the base color. First things first, start with the white. I'm gonna need the most of that, so I'm gonna like drop a lot of that on there. Then I'm gonna take black. We're gonna build up to it. I'm going to quickly just give this a little shake, actually. Now, one of the other nice things, too, is war paints, and I think Vallejo paints, too, when they're inside these droppers. You can put little marbles in them, and it actually acts like a stirrer, which is really nice. And then we just go for an even portion of black. It does not take much to reach that color. Again, black is a much stronger pigment than titanium white, which is what pretty much every white you're ever going to see is. It's titanium white. Then we just take it, and I have like an old shitty brush where there's no head on it anymore. It's had its heyday. This is a dead brush. And I'm just going to stir. And as we stir, you can see the colors beginning to change a little bit. Glorious. Perfect. And it's all but completely matching the color we're looking for. Look at that. You guys might not be able to tell the difference from the edge of that, where it's wet and where it's not. That is exactly what we were looking for. Glorious. Okay, cool. Now I'm just going to go over here. We're going to grab ourselves a brush, and we're going to get to it. There's actually a steel endoskeleton I should probably do as well. So, I'm just going to quickly rub this off. And we're going to hit the steel endoskeleton fast as well, using gunmetal. And then we're going to do a Nuln Oil wash afterward, but gunmetal comes first. I can use this to sort of pick out the areas that are going to have the pigment I want. So let's focus on the joins. So if we're looking at these guys, you can see they have metallic knees, metallic hands, metallic arms, and basically anytime they have those little stabilizer balls, those are also the same shade of silver. So we're going to start with that. So I'm going to go over here, grab a little bit of silver. Move you guys out of the way so I don't break anybody with my giant hams. Get into a position where I feel a little more comfortable. Good. And we're going to start. So, metallic spaces on this guy. Well, the ball joints are easy, so we're going to get in the ball joints. Just going to get on in there. Now, I did my best to try to get this as close to where it should be as possible. I hit this from every angle when I'm priming. You're gonna miss a couple spots, which is perfectly fine. No one's gonna look. No one's gonna care. I promise you. No one's gonna be staring at the junk of your painted minis and being like, hey, you missed that! Unless you're going to like a big painting competition. In which case, rules are different. Treat it more like an art competition, because that's exactly what it is. But here, we're here to put a bunch of miniatures on the table, and quantity has a quality all of its own. So as long as it looks good, it'll, and especially if it looks good next to its buddies, it'll look great. So I'm going to get around the back here. Sort of get everywhere that I want. And we're just going to hit all those spots with metallic. Glorious. Now today this stream is aiming to go roughly until about 4, which is another 2 hours. We should easily be able to paint these 3 guys within the next 2 hours. Or get very, very close to done. Where I just need to do like little touch-ups and stuff. But I want you guys to see the majority of the work. Where I can. Then get on top here, paint the top of his hip. There we go. Hopefully it's a little more focused. There we are. And again, don't worry if you get like a little dab of it here and there. It's fine. You can literally go back in with black and fix it. Okay. He looks good from the top. This needs a little bit more from the top too. There we are. Beautiful. Okay. We're going to get all the other joins. So wherever I see these, silver. Oop, I can see I got a little spare hair there. There we go, got it. Now, one of these had, like, a little hair on it, I noticed. Sometimes that'll happen during priming where, like, static will capture a hair. There it is. You can actually see it right there, that little black hair. I'm going to grab a tweezer fast and take care of that while I let my brush set for a second. Okay. And I'm just going to get in here. We're going to see that hair right where the elbow is. I'm just going to reach over and then just grab it. And then just pull it out. I can see it's right there still. Gotcha. It's mostly gone. There we go. Looks good. Okay. And you can see that hair is now gone. I haven't needed the marble for the Vallejo, just a good shake and sorted. Usually I find what it's really good for is making sure that it doesn't dry. The marble always agitates it, which keeps it, like, basically keeps it liquid. So, again, kind of that same zone of, like, make sure you shake your minis, make sure, like, you keep your paint pot sealed. It does that, basically. It expands the lifespan of your paint. Dear God, woo-wee, that was harder than it should have been to say. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. But then again, Vallejo paints tend to be a little bit better than GW paints about drying up. So there is that. That's really the thing. When you get to painting your minis, you're going to notice, like, when you have to buy, especially if you have to buy, like, an army's worth of paint, when you start losing paint, you start losing money. And it's not an inconsequential amount. Games Workshop makes a lot of their money on their paints kind of being shit in terms of how long they last. The pigment is beautiful on Citadel paints, but the actual, like, lifespan, you will not use it unless you are getting through it all in one day. Unless you are painting an entire army in one day like a completely deranged lunatic. Which, don't. I'm just going to be real with you. Unless you and your friends are slapping some music on in the background, having a couple good beers, and using it as an opportunity to hang out, in which case, yeah, sure. I've had some good times. Me and my friends literally used to blast, like, we used to hang out in our friend's basement and blast techno, like shitty European techno, over the speakers. And we stayed up all night at one point, literally until like 3 a.m. painting, because we had a tag team tournament the next day, and all of us were gonna be like playing together in like teams of 2. And there was like literally 6 of us. So we had 2 brothers who went in as a team, me and my friend Jamie, and then another person and my friend Eric, and they all went in together and had a blast. But, you know, unless you're blasting Rough Sex by Lords of Acid at 2 a.m. with a bunch of your best buddies making lifetime memories, don't do that. It's a great way to it's a great way to come to hate your hobby. Pace yourself. Paint in smaller batches when you have the time and energy. Try not to paint your whole army at once, unless you're feeling like hyper creative, in which case, still try not to paint your whole army at once, because it's a slow process and it's not the kind of thing you should be rushing. Trust me on that. Also, a recommendation I have, record how you paint things. Like, make notes about the steps you take. I'm not the kind of person that takes notes usually. I can't. I have enough of the tism, where a touch of the tism, where that's actually quite difficult for me. And one of the reasons I had difficulty in college and high school was because note-taking is very boring to me, in a way that I have a hard time, like, next batch of skeletons, nice time. So I'm working through the Darkest Dungeon minis 6 at a time? Good call. Painting a squad at the same step is a good idea. Batch painting is a good idea. Paint a bunch of guys roughly at the same time, and then go from there. But not like a huge number. Just paint the same squad. Paint all the guys from the same squad, and you'll be good. They'll be the ones that are needing to hang out by each other anyway. I don't need to get too persnickety about this, because again, we have a black base, which is why I'm doing this part first. Because this is a silver, I can just go over it with black to clean up the areas that aren't supposed to be black. And the best part of the way that they made this model is that the knees basically are all silver, so I don't need to be super fancy about it. Now the question is, do I paint these guys with a cloaking effect? I might do that later, just for the fun of it. It could be really cool. And really convenient when it comes to the legs. Okay. Looking at the back of my hand. Y'all are gonna be real familiar with the back of my hand by the time this stream is done. I'm just happy I finally have a way to actually, like, paint on stream. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I've had people requesting that I do these streams since I started streaming, precisely because there's so many wargamers that used to follow me. And I'd be like, yeah, sure, one day, and then the one day is here. Okay, and I can just sort of get the top of that, dry brush over it. Back it up a little bit. And when in doubt, sharpen your brush bristles with a gentle plucking motion. Like pushing motion like this. I'm just going to brush this until I have a nice sharp point again. That looks pretty sharp to me. You're well aware I've been around wargaming spaces for a while, being a mod for Tesseract minis. That is fair. I'm just meaning generally. So, like, yeah, I feel you on that. Let's see. They almost have most of the same 3 minis, so I'm doing an enemy type similar schemes, paint makeups. Yeah, that's fair. That works. It works. We're going to get in this guy's pits up here. Get real in there. So, I'm going to try to get under this as best as I can. I'm not going to sweat it. I don't need to get too finicky about it. There are a lot of folks that swear by like putting on what's referred to as like a segment painting or subassembly painting, where you're like, oh, this part's not going to be very visible, so I'll paint it later. I don't. Subassembly painting to me sounds like finicky painting. It's people who are painting because they want someone to, make sure they see every detail. But I'm not here to do golden demon levels of painting. I'm here to get my models on the table. And subassembly painting just sounds like I don't want to say a waste of time, but a real finicky way to waste your time. And make you a crazy perfectionist. If you're painting to what is referred to as tabletop standard, which is 3 colors, basically, it's more or less to prevent people just slapping the same, 2 paints on a model or 1 paint on a model, and going, there, I literally dipped it in red. It is painted. It makes models look good with 3 paints on there. If you're painting the 3 paint standard, the focus should be getting the model out the door. And you can afford to make small mistakes because you're not going to see the models that up close. And when you do, little stuff like that's not going to matter. The fuck it all. So don't sweat the small stuff is basically the message I'm sending all you would-be mini painters out there. Trust me, you'll have plenty of time to pick out detail and stuff. And as you get better, you'll be able to do it better. But, when you're starting, just focus on getting the model painted. Light brushstrokes will go miles. Okay, and I'm just gonna, before I forget, put out an alert. Alright, that looks pretty good. Let's get the metallic on this. Sorry about that, just want to make sure I got a message out to my organizing committee while I still remembered. I have a meeting tonight. Okay, we'll do the same thing on the other side. One of the best things you can learn to do as a painter is get some brush control. Learn to figure out the shape of your brush and how it will conform to a miniature as it's glided along. What's the best way to paint that doesn't damage your brush, that gets paint on the models where you want it to go? Because a paintbrush isn't a marker. It will not move the exact same way no matter how you touch it. There we go. Okay, so we got that whole arm painted correctly. I'm gonna have a blast with the Nuln Oil today, I can tell you. Nuln Oil's gonna go absolutely crazy on this build. Now, metallics do have an issue, which is the fact that most metallic paints will actually, like, thicken on your brush if you're not careful. So I highly recommend paint in small blobs, rinse brush frequently. Trust me, I'm saving you a lot of paintbrushes in the end. There we go. Got that little metal wire back there so we can see like the little caboose. He's got a cowcatcher kind of. I'm going to pick out these little boosters in silver. We'll do the same thing here. I'm going to see if I can maybe make it focus a little more. There we go. Now it's naturally focusing on that point. Okay. Which means you guys need to see my thighs a little more. Or at least my floor a little more. I guess that's fair. You guys won't be looking at my lily white thighs. Probably a good thing. Okay. Here we are. Paint the tops. Now the topmost one is the one that's going to have the most visibility, so I want to get that one looking as neat as possible. Nice. Looks good. I know it's not hobby talk, but yay, 2 days to Legacy. I know, I'm super excited. No sweaty pits here, unlike in real life. Big mood. Yes, no, I am really excited for Legacy as well. That'll be returning this weekend tomorrow is going to be my day of just like painting and getting things set up for stream, figuring out what needs to be done. I also know that I spoke to Paul, and Paul's going to help me rejigger my audio setup a little bit. Which is good, because I really need it. My audio setup is a bit of spaghetti. Okay, just gonna get that side there. I'm glad I started on this guy, because his pose is gonna be the hardest to paint around. I'm gonna pick out the places where I see little hydraulics and stuff on him. It's got like little hydraulics on his front, so we're gonna pick out those little spots. Now, worst case with these, I can always repaint them as I need. Pick these out, because these are the little spurs that go around the back. Okay, so we're starting to see a little bit of definition now. Hold on, there we go. Starting to see a little bit of where like different pieces and stuff belong on him. I'll also go over here. Hit these little guys with little metallics. I'm going to pick out the little rivets, and these little, like, glowy bits are going to be, or these little, like, raised rivety bits. These are going to be, like, stealth field projectors. So I'm really excited about that. To paint all those little guys. This is my chaos trim. And they're very raised. So I gotta be a little gentle picking this out. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here. We have like a couple of optics. I'm going to hit all these with silver. Okay, that feels pretty good. Pick these little bits out. me do the same thing with these. Rounded gubbins. You know, I'm super excited for Legacy tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but Saturday, I should say. Gonna be happening at 1:30 p.m. EST, going for roughly about 3 to 4 hours. For everybody who's like, what is Legacy First Flight? That's my tabletop role-playing game, my indie TTRPG I've been working on for 20 years, which is set in a world of fast and light adventure. Please feel free to come tune in. It should be a blast. And then we have the nozzle. Or the emitter. For these fusion weapons. Which we want to pick out nice and clean. There we go. So now we got ourselves the barrel picked out pretty well. Pick out these little wires. Nice. That'll do fine. And these vents in the back. Need to get that arm now. Because it's a majorly, like, metallic body. The truth of the matter is I can probably just dry brush this whole arm. Call it a day, which I'm probably going to do, actually. I also see a section that needs to get grabbied. You guys might not see it, but I do. Right in there, there's a stray bit of static hair. Got it. Looking good. Beautiful. Okay, cool. And the hands. The fingers are the easiest part. I'm literally just going to dry brush these. It basically means don't put a lot of paint on your brush And once it's at that stage where it's like literally drying up, just go back and forth on it a bunch of times, spread what's left of it there. And it's a great way to get some fun detail on something without having to paint it directly. There we go. Okay. After you dry brush, hit that. Hey, Dylan, appreciate the lurk, buddy. Clunch, can't really go wrong with metallics. I hope you're having a lovely week so far. Thank you, Clunch. I'm having a lovely week. It's been wonderful. By the time we're done, our boy here will have this same sort of plastic drone kind of color scheme. There we go. As our doggo drones do. But this is just layer 1, and you know how that goes. Takes a while to get things done. But it's worth it in the end, I would say. Love the yellow light, really makes the whole thing popping. Thank you, yeah. I wanted something nice and vibrant that stands out against the cooler colors of gray and blue. I'm going to do something really insane for the actual fusion cannons on this. My goal is to have... I have one of these Army Paints fluorescent paints. This vibrant radiation glow orange. So if you hit just a simple white layer with this, it's a great way to just get some color up on it and make it look like a nice glow. But the nice effect of it is that it actually is UV reactive. So if I ever take this into somewhere that has like dark lighting or mood lighting, which a lot of gaming clubs actually have, it'll glow incredibly vibrantly, like visibly so. It'll be great. Okay, so that fist looks pretty good. Just gonna pick out the fingers a little more here and there. Pick out that little bit there on the back of the knuckle. That guy's kind of got like a little bit of a boxing glove. A little punchy. It's a stealth suit, mind you, so I don't need to get too worried about it. And then on the legs down here, I should get the ankles. This guy's gonna be the test case. So I'm painting him individually before I batch paint the other squad mates. Here we go. Because I know the paint scheme works, I just need to make sure that my method of applying it works. What time are we looking at? 3:20? Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay. Looks good. So we got our metallics there. Now what's going to be really fun is the squad leaders have that like orange, that orange plastic like memory model or like muscle sort of Myanmar effect, which I'm really excited for painting. That's going to be great to paint on at least these little guys. They actually have like those parts. You can see a little bit in the back here. He does in fact have that same memory metal muscle, just in like the hydraulics. So I'm really excited to do that. But that's not going to be something I can really paint on this guy. This guy's like all brick. He's all metal. It's all electric motors on this guy. No muscles for him. Alright. Now we bust out the one thing I can't insult Games Workshop for. Null oil. It really do be the thing that cures all ills. It's been a while since I touched miniatures, but I also just think these are super cool. Thank you! I'm going to be fielding these as part of a DAO Union army for a Grim Dark Future, which is the OnePage Rules game. The OnePage Rules sci-fi grimdark 40k equivalent game. I love the fact that it's miniature agnostic, because I can just kind of use whatever miniatures I want, which is part of the appeal, if I'm being honest, for me. I'm not as big a fan of G-dubs and their policies, and I really hate the fact that I used to be able to... God, this is sludge, this is not paint. I cannot put that on a model. I have a spare, though. I used to be able to play 40k. I have a whole, like, Primaris army, and before that I collected, like, 3,000 points of Tau Empire. Before my friend, who at the time had lost all their miniatures, apparently his mother had sold all the miniatures, like, that he had left in their house in storage, and hadn't told him. He had collected, like, 4,000 points worth of Tau. And I'm not gonna lie, at the time, I was kind of fed up with my Tau. I was realizing I was starting to not like some of the foibles of the range. I wanted to paint my own models, my own way of doing it, and it just wasn't gonna happen with those. And so I said, you know what, buddy? Here, let me give you my whole Tau army. All, like, 3,000, 4,000 points of it, including a couple of custom Titans that I had made. I had made a couple of, like, custom railgun turrets, which back then, for that era, Apocalypse, you could actually field them. I had, like, 6 of them that I had made, by just buying a couple of cheap Hammerhead cannon kits. Like, just the turret, not the whole body. You used to be able to buy the kits separate. Nowadays, you couldn't do that. Doing something like that would cost you several $100s. Back then, it cost me, like, 80. And it was worth it. I enjoyed it. But those models weren't bringing me joy anymore. So I collected a bunch of armies. My Primaris army is literally just box sets. 2 of the starter sets. The only one I didn't get was the Phobos Marine one. I got the ones with the Blade Guard. I got 2 of the... me and my friends went halvesies on it, basically. One of them was like, yeah, I'll get the Plague ones, and you can get the others. And I was like, oh, awesome. So I have a Primaris army, which I collected mostly for, like, under $1,000. Like, I think the total points of my army right now for my Primaris army is roughly about 3,000 points, 4,000 points or so. And it cost me like $300. Because I just bought, like, I just went halvesies on a bunch of starter sets, and it's great. I can't really do that anymore. The ranges are just so expensive, even going halvesies on it is just not viable. I don't have as many friends locally that would be willing to do it, and even if I did, they wouldn't be able to afford that. So I'm really drawn to miniature agnostic games where I can go on to Etsy, find a really cool creator that has a really awesome take on a model I want to collect, and go with it. Which is one of the reasons I like OPR. It is mini agnostic, so I can take these guys to a OnePage Rules tournament, and they would think that's cool. Which is freaking awesome. I love that. Let's see, that's rough. Yeah, I feel you on that. I always use them for D&D, so I have a whole variety of different games, I think, still in my glass cabinet. Mostly VTT nowadays, so no need for them at the moment. Might return later. I have a recommendation for you, actually. Hold on. I'm going to show this to everybody. Everybody out there who's in my chat right now. You guys, most of you, are TTRPG players. And a lot of you guys are probably like, oh, where can I use my TTRPG minis? Is there a game I can play that does that? There is. And it's actually really fucking good. And the best part is it doesn't even use D6s. It uses a D20. So all you real D&D D20 system heads who have a bunch of D20s and you want to use them, oh, I got you covered. That would be the game by the name... If I can get this out. This book is kind of wedged in there. Gimme book. There we go. That game would be Frostgrave. I'm not taking out turnips. I do have turnip 28. It doesn't work well with D&D minis. You can, but that's not what I'm talking about. Frostgrave is fucking perfect for you folks that are D&D players. The entire premise of Frostgrave... First off, this game, the second edition book and the first edition book are interchangeable. The guy who writes this, Joseph A. McCullough, his whole goal with writing Frostgrave is whatever edition you get, you can play with prior editions. Each edition is basically just errata. So you can get the first edition book and just print out an errata page, and it's compatible with second edition and third edition, and that's all free. This game is built around the idea that you are leading a warband of mercenaries into a frozen city called Frostgrave, seeking out a bunch of riches and you know, artifacts and magic, basically. You're basically grave robbers, and you're grave robbers led by a wizard and an apprentice. If this doesn't sound like 90% of starting D&D campaigns, I don't know what to tell you. But the best part is it runs on a D20 system. It's a skirmish game, so you don't need a huge number of miniatures. And instead, just a couple will do you. It's just literally like your average squad is gonna be like, if this will ever focus. Camera, focus. Camera. Jesus. There we go. As soon as I use my hand, it's like, I know how to do that. So yeah, you need only a couple miniatures. Like, anywhere from 6 to 10. And any of your adventurers you can take. Did you collect rangers? There's archers. You can use the same thing with, like, double blade guys. There's thieves, which are basically rogues. There's knights and paladins. You can just take, like, normal scum and walk them around as well with you. So if you want to just, like, buy a couple of deadbeats, or you have a couple of, like, thug minis from your D&D games, which is like, this guy was a highway robber. Cool. He can be a part of your squad. And the best part about the game is the game isn't about killing each other. The game is about absconding with your loot. That is the focus of the game. Camera, focus on my hand. Focus on my hand, camera. I know you can do it. Focus. Yeah. So yeah, it's about getting your loot. So it's actually, you don't need to necessarily fight each other. You can. You probably should. But if you want to just, like, get in, grab your shit, and get out, you absolutely can. There's different types of wizards. You can most of the customization of your warband comes in your wizard. So if you're a big wizard player and you're like, oh boy, I can't wait to play my wizard, you can spend a lot of time customizing your spells. Like, the type of wizard you choose will dramatically change your warband. And the best part is that it'll also, like, the type of wizard you choose will completely change your whole warband. You can basically field whatever warband you want with most of your minis, then just change out your wizard and your apprentice, and the whole warband operates differently. It's really fucking cool. And it also has a reason for you to hold on to all those D&D monsters you guys have had, or those D&D pieces of terrain. They happen in the game. The game will randomly throw monsters and traps at you. So, like, having your, like, collection of, having, like, your, what are they called again? I do not remember what they're called. Displacer beasts, or gelatinous cubes, or ogres, or demons, all that can come into play in the actual game scenarios. They'll just, like, randomly wander on. And you can either fight them and kill them, or loot their bodies, or you can ignore them, or use them as an environmental distraction, or what have you. I cannot recommend Frostgrave enough. So if you're interested in skirmish gaming, like, have fun with it. It's a great introduction for a lot of folks into, like, small-scale wargaming. It's really cheap. Most war games, the biggest thing is getting, like, an actual army, like an army's worth of models. Again, I went on Etsy for these guys. So I got these guys for cheap. But that's the exception, not the rule. Skirmish games, you can easily collect an entire army for under $100. No problem. I've collected entire skirmish game armies for like $20. Skirmish forces for like $20. Because I just went I went over to the shelf in my local friendly wargaming store, grabbed a couple of Reaper Bones minis, which are like cheap as chips, and just made a force, and I was ready to go. The book itself is probably the most expensive part for you, but it's only $35. Which, like, zooming in. Work, camera. There. Okay. $35, 25 UK, 45 Canadian. And once you get this rulebook, you're done forever. You're good. The only expansions you get give you, like, extra campaigns and some cool other rules, but you don't need it. I really recommend it. There's also a companion game, which, for those of you guys who play Starfinder and want a skirmish game, we have Frostgrave for all you fantasy fans, and then we have Stargrave for all you sci-fi fans. So all you folks that have gotten a bunch of minis together and you played Starfinder and you're like, when will I ever use these? You'll use it here. It's the same guy, The rules are literally compatible with one another. It's very fun. You, as opposed to playing a warband of basically a wizard's mooks, and you're plundering a ruined city, this is more like Star Wars-esque, where you're a captain. I would actually say Firefly-esque. It's more Firefly-esque. You're in a galaxy where everything kind of went to shit, and there's now a crazy fascist overlord, and everything's really in chaos. So you play a bunch of scavengers, and you're a captain and a lieutenant with your ship's crew, and you're going out and you're just sort of plundering whatever you can to survive in space. Keep your engine going a little longer. If you liked Firefly, if you like the idea of like adventuring in like a Star Warsian style environment, and it's the same kind of game. Like, it's literally the same kind of game. If you have miniatures for Starfinder or Pathfinder or D&D, Frostgrave and Stargrave will be great for you. Again, they're universally compatible. They're really fun. They're miniature agnostic. I'm a huge fan, I'm a huge proponent of skirmish gaming and mini-agnostic skirmish gaming, because these games rock. We tried Draw Steel due to them having specialized VTT for their game. Makes it easier for people being spread across the country. That is true. You can use VTTs for war games and skirmish games as well. And the best part, again, miniature agnostic games, you can use whatever minis exist inside of, like Roll20, or what's the one that's called again? Tabletop Simulator? You can use Tabletop Simulator to do that too, which is really nice. So, can't recommend it enough. The biggest limitation on Tabletop Simulator is that it is a pretty system-intensive game when you start putting a bunch of stuff on it. But anyone who's played a virtual reality game knows exactly what that's like. So, yeah, Stargrave. Mossy, I would love to see your Stargrave minis at some point. That would be really fucking cool. I would love that. Alright. So, there you go. There's my recommendation. Stargrave, Frostgrave, get into it. They're cool. They're cool. They're hip. They're what's happening. They're actually just really fun. Turnip 28 is also really fun. You mentioned it. There's another game, if you have Battletech. One other one I need to recommend. Or I will explode if I don't do it. I will actually be sad if I don't do it. But, oh, hold on, I need to just drop so much of this off. Oh my god, there's so much mixed in here. Ah! Ah! Flames of Orion! So good! If you like Battletech and you want a game, but you don't want to play a game that's like that time intensive, and I'll be real, I love Battletech. I play Battletech Alpha Strike. It's about as cheap and easy to get into as Battletech will ever be. It's the sort of game where they literally streamline everything and makes Battletech go from a super complicated game to a really easy playable game. It's still complicated compared to Flames of Orion. Flames of Orion is great, it's miniature agnostic, it's an indie game written by the guys who do Under the Dice Fest every year. If you're familiar with Trent from Miscast Minis, same crew that works on Flames of Orion is the same, like, it's the same place that he goes every year in the northeast of the US. So, Under the Dice Fest, these guys are great. Check out Flames of Orion by, as you can see, Under the Dice. Well worth it. Don't forget, I did nothing with the actual minis until I started painting my Darkest Dungeon, guys. Let's go. Yeah. Still, I'd love to see that. I don't have minis, just the book. I made a crew, sorta, but never actually got to the mini stage. No, that's fair. Honestly, like, again, there's some great miniature agnostic options. Etsy is your best friend for this. I'll be real with you guys. Etsy is really good for just going like, I just want to get a squad together and I don't want to break the bank. Well, there's Etsy right there, sir. Oh, okay. You know, you're set. You're basically set. Okay, I'm just going to throw some Nuln Oil into the cracks, because we all know how Nuln Oil works, and if you don't, Nuln Oil is basically a pigment ink. They call it a shade, but like it's a wash. It's an ink wash. It carries very small amounts of the pigment in it, so it's not like it's as dark as a actual proper paint is. But you can basically splash it where you want. It'll sink into the recesses, which will create a texture. It'll create the illusion of a darker shade in certain areas. It works great. I cannot recommend oil washes enough, and Nuln Oil is the wash for metallics and black and whites. It's very good for that. Like, one drop of this shit is basically a paint job in a can. And this is even nowadays with the fact that Nuln Oil got seriously reworked by GW. I don't know why Games Workshop can't help but mess with all the things that they do right. But even after fucking with it, Nuln Oil still works. It's just not quite as amazing as it used to be. It used to be that Nuln Oil literally would just, like, solve all your paint problems. I don't know how they did it. I don't know what their formula was, but Nuln Oil was offensively good. There was a running joke that Nuln Oil shouldn't be considered painting, which, you know, very elitist and dumb, but very funny for anyone who's used Nuln Oil and been like, yep, nope, I painted something horrible, and Nuln Oil instantly fixed it. So, I've been there. I've been on both ends of that. Nuln Oil is the bomb. And unlike the chili powder in Jesse's meth, it actually is good. There's your Breaking Bad joke for the day. And just like a little drop will do you on these. You don't need much. Just enough to sort of get in the recesses. And you can see immediately how it works. It gets in there. And it just adds an instant amount of depth to whatever you're painting. I could fiddle away with this for hours trying to get those details, or I could hit it with a single wash and be done. Save yourself the heartache. Just oil wash it. Now you can make your own oil washes at home. You can either take literal oil paints and put them in a suspension, which I wouldn't recommend because it's a bit of a pain in the ass to fiddle with that. You could just take, like, standard acrylic paints, put them in water, and just water it down, and then you have a decent wash. The results might vary for you. I think that Nuln Oil's worth it, because a black wash is often difficult to get and to suspend correctly, and this is just like a perfect, slightly off-brown oil. It just perfectly works on metallics. There really is nothing else I could recommend that can hold a candle to it. It's the one time I'll be like, if you need to do something right, go to Games Workshop. Under normal circumstances, I recommend people steer as far from GW as possible, especially when they're getting involved in wargaming. It's a great way to lose a lot of money and get pissy about the hobby. But if you're happy and you know it and you want to start painting, grab some Nuln Oil. Just trust. It'll make every single sword, every bit of chainmail, every skeleton, everything look better. It'll just make everything look better. Use liberally. And, also, seal the damn container when you're not using it. Like, be very aware you can spill it everywhere and it will be a mess. And it'll also be sad because Nuln Oil is expensive. So, just trust. Keep things as far away as possible from your Nuln Oil when you're painting. As you see, I'm adjusting all my models now. But yeah, that would be my recommendation. Get Nuln Oil, use regularly, profit. It'll save you so much time. Beautiful. Okay, and I can get some more Nuln Oil in here. Okay, cool. Lovely. Okay, now we've got some volume on our metallics. And all it took was a single wash of oil. Let's fucking go. Yeah, it looks fine to me. I think I hit everything that's of relevance. I think I already hit these. I did. Yeah, okay. And if you ever want to burn something, like burn a metal, like it's been exposed to fire, a lot of Nuln Oil will do it. But usually I actually recommend a brown shader for that. You'll see what I mean in a few minutes, because I'm going to do that here. The boosters and the tip of the barrel are going to get burnt. Oh, and I almost forgot the circuits in the gun. In the gun barrel. Nuln Oil does another thing which is really nice. It covers up mistakes. It seeps into the areas where you might have fucked up and gotten a little too heavy. And it kind of just covers it, which is so fucking good. Then we just get on the top here. And beautiful. Okay, metallics are done. Don't like your mini? Slap some Nuln Oil, come back later. You basically... You busy doing something? Grab some Nuln Oil. Slap it on your minis. You'll still have time to do whatever it is you're also always going to be doing. Trust me on that. Okay, so next we have our 50/50 paint, which you thought I forgot, but I didn't. It's still quite wet, which is lovely. And now it's a little tackier, so I can work with it a little more easily. Grab this, and we're going to get to painting paneling. So remember the way I said don't sweat like overwashing things that are black? Yeah, this is why. Now we're just going to paint all the raised parts in this gray. That's going to be our armor. And just take it nice and slow. There's no need to rush. Just do it well. We're going to get in there again, go over it. So this is the 2 thin coats measure of painting. Duncan Rhodes would be happy with me. I tend to do it in one pass by going over it again immediately, but the effect is the same. Okay. Now, I'm also not sweating this paint scheme too much for one simple reason. And that simple reason is I'm going to get to go over all of this again later and add a stealth effect, which is basically going to be me painting the base and painting the whole body like the base. Because this guy is a stealth suit. They're meant to be invisible. That's their whole shtick. Or not invisible, but hard to hit. Like they're distorted or ghosts. Anyone who's ever seen the elites in Halo, where it's like, oh, that's mostly invisible. What's that bit from Rugrats? It's, I'm Dotted Line Girl. Only as visible as a dotted line. That's basically what they are. It's not really meant to be like truly invisible, although it can act like that if you move slowly. It's really made more to throw off the optics of guns and stuff. A lot harder to hit something if your weapons won't lock onto it. And then it just zams you with a really scary fusion blaster. Okay. Nice. that looks pretty decent. With just a couple passes, too. And we can already see what I mean by, like, just a little bit of work. A little bit of elbow grease gets you some pretty decent miniatures. It's really just patience. I know a lot of folks, when you first start painting, the impulse is put a lot of paint down. You'll get done faster. No, you won't. You'll be actually really unhappy with the results. Thin coats of paint spread more evenly. Smaller, more precise brushstrokes do a lot of good. Just trust me on this. Everyone has their first miniature they've ever painted. I have mine on a shelf in a box so that I remember where I started. I think it's a good practice to save the first mini you ever painted and hold on to it. Look back on it. I think a lot of artists wish they had saved their oldest sketchbook so they can see how far they've come as they age. I'm lucky I held on to a few of them, so I have some of my oldest drawings. And I gotta tell you, they don't have a candle to what I can put out nowadays. So yeah, it really does work sometimes to be like, I want to see. Yep, you do. See how far you've come. Nice long brush strokes. Trying to keep things nice and easy. And you can see how I leave the black in the recesses to get me a shading effect. It works really well. This is why I would say, Mossy, your best bet is to start with a black primer as opposed to a white one for most Marines. Basically, anything with a lot of detail work, just go with a black primer. Trust me. Trying to get all the black in those details is gonna drive you fucking bonkers. Okay, and now I get the other side of that hand, and you guys are going to see as it's coming along. It's looking alright. It's looking alright. There we go. Now I can do the same thing on the other side now. There we go. There we go. So we got some nice technical detail in that fist. You can sort of see, like, that arm is starting to actually become what we kind of want it to be. To be honest, the pale primer was more of my thinking for the skeletons than use a bleach bone brown wash. Yep, you nailed it. That's what you do. Honestly, there's this friend of mine. He played vampire counts back in the day. Now, for those of you who don't know vampire counts from the old Warhammer Fantasy Battles game, it's like all skeletons. And back in the day, it was like classic skeletons. Mostly bone, almost no armor, dude with sword. So you could literally just, like, grab a bunch of skeletons, prime them white, and he had this thing called the dip. And it was a combination of, like, turpentine and a brown wash, and you just would dip it in. Just like Roger Rabbit, but unlike Roger Rabbit, where whatever gets in the dip dies, in this case, whatever gets in the dip comes out, and it just sits on the side for a little bit, and when it dries, it's a perfect skeleton. No muss, no fuss, no detail work necessary. It was perfect. I was endlessly jealous that he's like, oh yeah, I need to get a couple more skeleton units out. Cool. Give me a day. And he would have like 20 more skeletons, and I'd be like, fuck you. How dare you? How dare you? I'm over here sweating my butt off painting lizard men, and you out here just dipping skeletons. But it works. As a joke, it's funny to make fun of, but like it really does work. I don't recommend using turpentine nowadays because that's a great way to damage your paints and your brushes and all that. But back then, the paint he was using worked really well with turpentine as a medium. In this instance, I think you're right. A brown wash is really good. You might go at them with like a simple like bleach bone if you want. You could start with like a yellow if you really wanted, like an off yellow, or just like wash them first to get them to that off yellow by hitting them with a brown wash. You're going to need a lot of brown wash. I recommend, again, Vallejo works fine. I can personally vouch for the Warpaints Fanatic soft tone wash. Like, it's really good. It does exactly what you think it does. It gives a nice parchment yellow if you apply it to pure white, which is great if that's what you're aiming for. And you probably are. But, like, yeah, then afterward, just go over, highlight with a little extra white if you really want to pick out, like, the brightest things or, like, the little tiny details. Teeth, oftentimes, are a fun thing to pick out on skeletons. If you're not completely insane about it. I know some folks that will get, like, really persnickety about it and don't do that. Okay. We're seeing, like, a little bit of the picking out more of those details. It's coming along nicely. Now I get to see the side there. Push that to the edge on the side because they got like this boxy structure that connects to here. There we go. You can sort of see the side of his hips now. It's almost like a car fender. Now, when I don't need to explain how my paint process works, this is going to go a lot faster. I'm going to stop explaining how to, like, paint my paint scheme in a couple of, like, streams and just be like, just vibe with it. Just be like, yep, you guys know the drill, and if you're new, no worries. Let me show you. I'll direct you to this page, and I'll tell you exactly how to do it. Go. So I'm using the brush's side when I'm brushing, as opposed to the points. I'm using the side. And when I do it, it picks out the raised surfaces, but not the recesses. It works really well for like a lot of models with a lot of fine detail. Okay, he's coming along. He's looking good. You're starting to see, like, the shape of him and his armor. There we go. Really starting to pick out compared to the black undercoat, which is the goal. We want all the panels to stand out clearly. There we go, picking out the hips. Pick out the underside of this knee fender. I'm going to do the knee down there as a rubberized knee. So that's going to be mostly black. And again, take your time. Take your time. Doing it right the first time means not having to fix it up with a bunch of secondary sessions later. So do it right the first time. Measure twice, cut once. Measure thrice, cut once even better. With zero regrets. There we go. Looking good. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. I might do it to the toes too here. Yeah, we'll do it to the legs. So I'm going to do one leg entirely at a time. Catch all the edges where I can. Nice and smooth. Thankfully, they aren't pure bone bags. They have armor and clothing. That's fair. It'll still work great. Basically, whatever you don't hit with your version of the brown wash or the dip, you're gonna hit with null. You're gonna hit it with metallic. So, paint white. Hit metallic on the metals. Go with whatever metallic color you want. If it's a copper, go with a brown shade, or you can use Null Oil, or Verdigris, or all the above in sequence. A little Null Oil first to give shadow and shade to be a good idea, follow that up with some Verdigris, and oh boy, you got a working combo. And the rest you just hit with the brown wash. Or you could do the truly galaxy brain thing. Go white paint for bone, copper or silver for body, wash whole thing with brown. Just one big brown wash. Don't discriminate. The result will be immediate and effective. But I know you're probably into it to actually paint a little detail. Unlike me, where I'm thinking like, how do I get 80 skeletons on the table in time for a tournament? Well, easy, you dip the shit out of them. And look at that. We got half unpainted, half painted so far. I kind of like that effect. That looks cool. We're not going to get too crazy on the feet here. And this is in part because I plan on hitting the feet with a very cool effect. You'll see what I'm talking about soon. As soon as I get to that stage. Hopefully we get there. Hopefully we get there. So I'm just going to kind of dry brush the feet with gray. They'll be fine. Because they're going to get dry brushed themselves with brown. Now, again, when you get to the base itself, don't sweat it too much. It's fine. Trust me. No one's going to notice if you get a little brown, if you get a little bit on the base, and you'll paint the base last. And depending on the terrain you use, if any of that base color gets on the feet, it'll just look like your character got a little dirt on their feet. Which is good, because that grounds the model with where it's got to be. Which is on the battlefield. Alright, we're going to do the same thing with these feet, because I don't want to spend too much time thinking about them. Just hit them. Hey, hold on. I got to focus it away from the rest of my model so it actually pays attention to it. There we go. You guys just occasionally get to see my lily white thighs. Okay, do the same thing here. Just a sort of single pass over this. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to work. Beautiful. Okay, I'm leaning on my hand so much I can feel it losing a little bit of sensation, so we're going to take this moment to beat the devil out of my brush. Just gotta beat the devil out of it, you know. Get it nice and clean. Get a sip of water while you're at it, too. Everybody please have a sip of water. Join me. Join Omni for the joys of not dehydrating. Cool. Alright, so, as we do this, for the record, I love Bob Ross, personal hero of mine. Zero shade. Okay. Let's start working on the other legs here. Again, one quick wet pass will do. We're not going to get too crazy about the legs, because I have a plan for the legs. So I pull them out here. Beautiful. Okay. And now I sort of get on this side. Trying to get an angle where you all can see what I'm doing. Just one simple pass. There we are. Okay. Then we get on this side. I grab this and just in one brushstroke, we cover all of that. Same thing here. Then to get the front, I literally just do a gentle pass over it. That keeps the natural mold line there, which looks good. Nice. I'm going to leave that kneecap rubberized. So we're going to go back over it in a little bit with just a normal Chaos Black. In this case, just matte black. I need to stop using GW names for my paints. I haven't used GW paints in years. This is usually why I try not to recommend GW. They get you in a lot of bad habits. When you're going like, oh, I need Mephiston red, and someone's like, you mean you need, like, just a solid, nice red, like a candy red. And you're like, no, I need Mephiston red. It's like, yes, that's candy apple red. Or like, I need Rogel Dorn yellow. You mean cadmium yellow. No, I need Rogel Dorn. No, it's cadmium yellow. Just because it doesn't have your 40k character's name on it doesn't mean it's not the right thing. I say this to me. This is not me insulting other other creators in the space. This is me as a creative who's done a lot of actual painting, catching myself still to this day because I got started painting primarily on miniatures like this. I learned how to paint miniatures before I learned how to paint with acrylics. Like, before I learned how to paint, like, actual landscapes and stuff, and figures. And I still catch myself going, I need some Chaos Black. And it's like, no, you need Carbon Black. You don't need Chaos Black. What's the difference? The difference is one has Games Workshop's, fingerprints all over it, and the other is the actual paint used by everyone else on Earth. That is just as good and not as expensive. Here we go. Okay. Now that part of the leg I was going to sweat on a little bit because I wanted it to look clean. Or cleaner, anyway. Okay. So we got our guy here. If I'll focus on my hand, it'll focus on him. If you can catch a hand, you can catch a ball. Yeah, so he's looking pretty decent. We're going to get those basic plates on the other side of him now. I want to get the back of that. I feel like there's a metallic I could get there, actually. We're going to catch as many metallics as we can while the paint is still good, because the paint, as you can see, goes out really fast. So use your metallics while you have them. Or BobTech, Omni Ross. I do like BobTech. That's pretty funny. The BobTech. Alright, everybody. sit down while we shoot ourselves directly in the foot by forgetting a step of painting. It's perfectly fine. It's alright. Happens to everybody. Don't apologize about it. You'll just make it weird. Alright, here we go. So I wanted to make sure I got that little, like, segment there. Because there's also a little, like, part down here, which is like a metallic vent. I forgot the backs of the fusion weapon. I am glad I'm doing this test model. If I were doing this assembly style, it would have taken a lot longer, and I would have forgotten a lot more. And I didn't want to do that, so here we are. Okay, so we're just going to get on the back of that. Okay. Oh, and I forgot the little metallic bulby on this side. I was like, wait a minute, I only got one side of this. We can hit this back up. See, this is why I'm glad we're doing it now. I can go back over this with Nuln Oil for the parts that I missed, clean it up, and then go over it with the gray to hide any parts I'm not happy with. I love Nuln Oil. I love working with washes. Washing is so good. It's also clean and healthy for you. Now wash your hands, kids. And I just get out a tub of Nuln Oil. There we go. Okay. That feels correct. I don't think I missed anything now. I think that's it. We can leave that to dry for a minute, and while that's drying, I can focus on working on the shoulder on this side. We'll save the gun for last, because it'll take the most time to dry. Okay. There we are. A little further over. So this will hopefully focus. Focus. There we are. I was going to say, don't instantly go out of focus again. As it does. Okay, so we're going to go in here. We're just going to start working on that while that gray dries, while that silver dries. There we go. Looking all right. And we get on this side here. And again, good brush control comes in clutch. Lets you hit a lot of areas you would never be able to actually hit normally. With good brush control, the brush will go where you need it to go without having to aim so hard. There we go. Shoulders are done on both sides. Now, while that's done, I'm going to hit that metal with oil. We should be at a place where I can. Make sure your brush is dry. Grab the oil here. And I'm just going to go over here and just wash this area fast. Grab a little bit around there. Beautiful. By the way, how's everybody enjoying the these art streams? How's everybody enjoying these painting streams? Is everyone having a good time? Hopefully everyone is enjoying them, because I'm enjoying them too. I'm happy to do them better in the future if they're working, if you guys are enjoying the content. Just let me know. Right now, I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to become a Warhammer or miniature tabletop streamer. That's not the focus of my channel or my work. But it's a fun hobby, and I very much enjoy it. So if you guys are enjoying these little peeks into it too, I'm going to keep doing it. But yeah, I'm not going to become one of those Warhammer streamers where every couple of months I bust out a couple $1,000 for a new army. What you're going to get is me getting through my pile of shame, basically. And I have a pretty significant one. Okay, and now we're on to that stage where I'm just going to basically paint this whole thing in single brush strokes as best as I can. That's because the shape of this, if I can get close enough for you guys to see with a little better focus, the shape of this curved head is very round, it's very rotund. And so just gently in one brush stroke, getting as much as I can is probably my best bet. Okay, getting as much of this as I can into these spaces. I'm just trying to get big, simple, broad brushstrokes where I can. That'll help me go over things like these little face grills that he's got. Okay, and then we just get on the other side here. I'm gonna do the same. It's kind of like painting the the hood of a car. I'm noticing it's got that same sort of curve to it. I'm sure that's not just a coincidence. I'm certain that's one of the inspirations for Hive. Okay, our boy's looking mighty fine. I'm liking how this guy's turning out. It's working. It's working. Now this is miniature painting. I'm really glad you guys can't see the goofy faces I'm making while I'm doing this. Not gonna lie. I'm one of those folks that when I do something that's like, not intense, but that demands my focus, I'm going like, but like literally biting the top of my lips, that kind of thing. Biting my bottom lip as I focus. Not like hard, not hurting myself or anything, but like I'm definitely one of those folks that like you can tell when I'm concentrating. I'm either completely neutral and I have shut off all my outward like emotional display. And so I've got that like, I don't know how to describe it except for like autistic resting bitch face where someone's like, I am no longer processing how you might interpret the way my face looks. I am purely dedicating those focuses elsewhere. I get that occasionally. But far more commonly, I find myself biting my tongue or like gently biting the bottom of my lip as like a way to focus myself. Again, not painfully, not hurting myself, just like zeroing in on a thing I have to do, which is always very funny to me. When I catch myself doing it and I'm like, I'm doing the faith again. I'm I'm doing the focusing face. Here we go. Now, usually, whenever I include boosters or something like that in a paint job, I try to make them glow a little bit, or I make it look like they're burned, because heat exposure actually will corrode, eventually, a paint scheme. A metallic color will slowly be eroded by exposure to extreme heat. That's why if you've ever seen, like, the boosters on the space shuttle, that kind of thing, the nozzles will often have, like, an almost rainbow-esque kind of color to it. That's from extreme heat exposure. Basically, you're tempering the metal at that point. Which works great on things like swords and stuff, but it's not particularly helpful if you're just, like, walking around. You know, if you're, like, just doing your thing and you're relying on a metal to maintain its structural integrity and shape and color, and it just begins turning into a rainbow because it's been overheated so much that it's basically been heat treated 1,000 times. Yeah, that's basically what we're dealing with here. Okay, looking good. These guys are looking good so far. I'm mighty pleased with how this is coming along. Here we are. I gotta tell you, this has been pretty surreal learning how to paint for an audience like this. Because when you actually paint, like, by yourself at home, you don't think about, oh, how is anyone else gonna see? So you can, like, scrungle yourself in a lot of weird ways. And here I have to consider, like, hey, you guys need to actually see what I'm sort of doing. And you can see, like, the armor is coming along. The gray is coming along. I'm actually really happy with how it's turning out. A little extra water to help cut that. So that it doesn't get too tacky. Okay, that's everything but the blaster. Now we're going to get the blaster casing going. At this point, the Nuln Oil and everything else should be pretty dry, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, eventually, my goal, because it's looking like I'm probably not going to get to finish him today on stream, but I will be finishing him off stream because I do have to get this stuff ready for the event. But you'll see me painting more of these guys in the future. I'll try to get them at a later stage so you guys can see what I'm doing a little more readily. And maybe in the future I won't yap as much. In fairness, these guys you've literally seen go from prime to paint. So, like, this is a fair amount of progress to make in just a couple hours. But I'm going to do the same thing I did with the dog drones, where I'll have the flat color on all, like, front facings. Hold on. Focus. Focus. On my hand. There we go. So, on the front you have one color, and then above a brighter color, and that'll give us the ability to get a little definition on him. Especially for the big blocky areas. There we are. Okay. Just gotta be really careful back here with this, because I don't want to get any gray on the back, which I just did. Which is fine. I'm gonna get in here, get as much of the gray off of my brush. With a pure wet brush, I'm just gonna get in there, because this is latex-based paint, and you can just scrub it off. And you can see it's already gone. We're good. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Okay, I'm going to leave the rubberized part for the majority of this again. I don't want to cover the whole thing in gray plating. Just the outer casing. So I kind of like the idea of this part right here being gray and the rest of it being black. There we are. Gives us a nice differentiating point. And when I get the glow on here, it'll look good. There we are. Hold on. Focus, says I. Focus, says I. Not bad for a couple of hours of work. We can already see what I'm trying to go for, and that makes me pleased as punch. We'll do the same thing on the underside here. And these will be the last brushstrokes I get on here. At least today. Because unfortunately, I have to make a grocery run. Cool. Looks good. And I'm just going to take that out there. And again, not too bothered about all the craziest details. I don't need them to be so insane. Gonna hit the back of this with a little more gray. Just want to wet my brush a little, sharpen it up to a nice flat point. Or at least the flattest point I can get it to. There we go. And just like that, we have the base coat done for our first stealth suit. Not too shabby. So, Voyagers, thank you all for tuning in today. This is going to be where I have to leave you all. I'm afraid the real life calls. And it is annoying, and it is busy, and I am not the slightest bit done. Can you get closer? You gonna look at this a little better? It's hard for me to get this thing to focus sometimes. But yes, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate you all. Hope you all have a lovely day. And I'll be back next week to paint more. Take care, everybody. Thank you for joining me for Omni Hobbies. I'll see you out there. Also, is there anyone out there we should be raiding into, Mossy? Do you know if there's anyone that we should like of our group? Hold on, let me take a look. Because I would like to raid into somebody if I can. I do not know if there's anybody I'm following that is in the same ballpark. Oh, yeah, Ampersand, Homebrew Havoc. Let's do that. Okay, everybody, get ready to get raided in 6 seconds. Thank you guys, as always. Have a fun time with Paul and Lolly and the amazing crew over there at Ampersand D20. Homebrew Havoc is run by my amazing friend, Lolly, who is glorious, Lollyboo. And currently she has 3 players, and they're all running Homebrew Havoc, Tales from Torge Ronin, which is a actual play TTRPG stream. Take care, folks. See you over there.